All right, with your personal experience with her, do you think this is a new challenge for her that she might not be able to tackle, or do you think she's really, really do up for the game?
The truth about it is that I have appeared before her, and I have seen how she operates as a justice of the Supreme Court. She strikes me as, if I may say so, a hard nut to crack. She's a very strict person, and she may have to impute, because the truth about it is, when you operate as a judge, you are in charge of your court. But when you become the Chief Justice of the Federation, you may have to apply some diplomatic or some political skills. In her own case, she does not in any way strike me as a politician. And my wonder is, where will she get the political skills from? She may have to go in as a hardcore judge, do what she wants, make her request, come up with a legislative arrangement that will assist her, because she's trying to, though she did not say it, but she's trying to embark on radical judicial reform, which means she may have to amend the constitution a bit. And for her to do that, she will have to relate with the legislature. And the only way she can get what she wants is if she's able to get the presidency behind her. Because if you check very well, the issue of expeditious trial relates primarily with respect to timing of cases, like they did with the issue of electoral reform, when they were able to time cases, to give you, they created the timelines within which you would go to court, timelines within which your cases will be handled, timelines within which you will appeal, and the timeline within which the court will hold your cases and determine your cases. These are things that can be applied to other aspects. Though I have had a lot of my colleagues complain about the fact that the Nigerian judicial system does not have certain facilities that will make them move with the speed of light. With all due respect, I want to differ. Reason being that if you check the judicial system, you look at situations like
Okay, Moneyma, can you still hear
yeah,
me?
okay. Sorry, I was having some problem with vision.
Okay, you're back now. You're back now.
Okay, let me continue. You now
Please.
look at that were implemented through the Electoral Act. They have been able to achieve that. And you cannot say that there was no input from the judiciary, because they are the ones doing the cases. And if the timing does not in any way align with the way and manner they would want their cases to be handled, there will be problems. They have been able to adjust. And there's also this argument that every case goes the customary matters. Customary matters don't go straight to the Supreme. There is a way it has been handled. There are appeal now. So when you want to criticize a system that has been taken care of, but I would want to say that chapter 4 of the Constitution, which affects the rights of people, should be narrowed down. The right to expeditious trial, and look at section 36. And while doing that, realize that even if a man is accused of a crime, that accusation is not a death sentence. So I don't see why a man who has been accused of a crime, if it is a felony that attracts either the death penalty or life imprisonment, should go and spend 40/50 the trial. We've had situations, even my good self, of trials that have outlived our clients. I have a matter that is at the Supreme Court now. It is yet to be heard. But my client, in that matter, fortunately for us, my client is a retired Air Force officer. And I keep wondering most of the time, whenever I try to get fresh dates at the Supreme Court, what I would tell my clients, the children of my clients who are now taking over. These are problems that plague our society. These are issues that should be on the front burner. Whether it's a civil matter or a criminal matter, there must be a way to narrow it down in such a way that it will not waste too much time. With criminal matters, if it is a felony where the issue of life and death comes into play, I believe that the defendant should be able to know his fate, his ultimate fate, and have his case tried from the beginning to the end. That is from either magistrate court to Supreme Court or High Court to Supreme Court, whichever way it goes, within a specified time frame, so that he will know that, yes, my time on this earth is done. That does not mean that we should not look at the issue of whether the death penalty is going to be implemented based on the fact that most governors are shy of signing death warrants. That one is there. But that should be an argument for another day.
Okay. So, well, subsequent to the have been crowned, what's it called? I said crowned.
CJ.
Being, yes, becoming the CJN, the new CJN of Nigeria. Some senior advocates have come out to make some comments, like the likes of Olisa Bakoba, who said that the court, the Nigerian court, presently work on the 1844 model, English court model. And they said the challenge for the new CJN, that's making reference to Kudirat Kekere Ekun, is to turn that around. Another person, senior advocate of Nigeria, Dauda, who also came and said the incoming CJN, that is Kekere Ekun, should push for the creation of constitutional courts at the tiers. That's both trial, appellate, and final, for the determination of political and other allied matters. What's your reaction to those?
Yes, the truth about it, if you check her profile, it's important that, like we do in the Reality School of Thought, you go through a judge's profile and check how the judge has lived his or her life for the purpose of determining the future actions of such a judge. Has come from the Lagos jurisdiction, which is the flagship, which I would want to describe as the flagship of progressive litigation pursuit in Nigeria. Kekere Ekun is coming from Lagos, where they have criminal courts, they have constitutional courts, they have family courts, they have traffic courts, which means that she is one to consider the possibility of creating most of these courts, because she's had such practice along her years at the lower bench. And she would want a situation where such divisions would reduce the workload on the judges, and it would improve on the issue of specialization of courts and judges, so that judges that are handling specific or particular cases all through their years at the judicial practice will be more experienced at it. After all, at the university level, at the tertiary level, professors specialize in certain areas, not in general areas. And even in legal practice, lawyers, you can't find a lawyer that is at the top of his game and venturing into every aspect of litigation. Everybody specializes. So I don't see why that should not be done. But again, like I keep saying, that can only be done when we now consider the judicial vis-a-vis the legislative interventions in the way things are done with the judiciary. she will have to apply. She may have to look for a way of getting a bill to make these amendments done. She will also need the support of the presidency. I don't think she will have much of a problem doing that. Do not also forget, having served in Lagos under the current president while he was governor, there is no way they would not obviously have a similar approach to handling matters. If she looks back and sees the way things were done then and how she can apply it as CJN, she may have very little problems. But again, from what she said, and I noticed she's not one that probably talks a lot. Most of these things, the issue of judicial reform will be there. The issue as to whether you consider it radical or not will depend on your own approach to things. As for with respect to the statements of the legendary Agbakoba, I know that once Agbakoba comes up and makes a statement, in the nearest future, he probably will be considering the possibility of assisting to make these things work. And I won't be surprised if a paper comes from him or he sets up an arrangement for the purpose of achieving some of these milestones, because these are supposed to be part of his contributions to the judicial system, which have been legendary, and there are many.
All right. So, what are your expectations from her? Like, first of all, let me go back a little bit. We understand the complexity of the political landscape of this country, Nigeria. How do you think a CJN Kekere would handle such high-profile cases?
Well, Kekere is a jurist. These cases would come as case files or appeal files to her court. She has 21 justices of the Supreme Court. She will assign these cases to them. The fact of the matter is that having reached a particular level in life, you begin to realize that most of these things that are considered political, to some extent, appear just merely administrative. I do not think that there is any special thing to be done with cases, whether they are political, whether they are coming from the presidency, so long as the right thing is done. After all, the presidency will have its own legal advisors who should be doing their job. The defendants, who probably will be members of society, will obviously have their own lawyers making their legal inputs. And if their actions are not fact-checked before they take them and they run into constitutional problems, obviously they would know what to be expecting in court. What I had thought that question, if you had altered it a bit, for the purpose of making it sound a bit louder in the ears of people, you would have touched on the issue of conflicting judgments of the Supreme Court. And that can be answered strictly by saying that no two cases are exactly the same. If you go through the facts of each case, you will see distinguishable differences amongst them. And judges will take each of those distinctions and interpret them separately and distinctly for the purpose of arriving at what it considers justice to all the parties involved. This is not like the National Assembly, where you would say you rely on the principle of that a member of the senator would introduce on the floor, and at some point it will make everybody laugh, but at the end of the day to be applied across board. This is the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is a court of policy. The Supreme Court gives judgments based on precedents. judicial precedents as laid by it, where it finds itself in a position where it cannot rely on judicial precedent and it has to alter the policy, it will so do. But it does not readily do it unless it has firm ground on what
All
to
right.
do. And
All right,
people also
Manama.
forget that.
Because of time, this is what we can take. We appreciate you for your inputs. It has been enlightening. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very, very much.
It was nice having you around. Thank you.
Thank you. I
So,
hope to be on with you some other time.
most definitely, most definitely.
Thank you.
And we are still live on Signature Morning. We're discussing the new CJN who has been appointed by the president. And we're still on this. We're not going anywhere. We have in studio with us Barrister Ogbe. He's going to be discussing more about this again. Good morning, Barrister.
Good morning. It's my pleasure.
Lovely to have you here. You look wonderful.
Thank you very much for the compliment.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I like your tie in particular. I just want to be particular in my compliment so that you know that I'm being intentional.
That's good.
Okay, because if you leave Joshua, by the time we're done, you
No, I
understand
love
that she
corporates. That's
actually
why-
likes
yes,
how you
yes.
walked in. Now I'm talking about the new CJN in person of Kudirat Kekere Eku. What legacy do you think she's looking at leaving, after her tenure?
Legacy. Beyond the quest for justice in the true sense of it in the Nigerian nation, even though what we call justice is relative, because jurisprudentially, what you may refer to as being unjust may be viewed by another person to be just. But that's not the issue for discussion
Recording
at
stopped.
this juncture. What I'm trying to say is that beyond the question of justice delivery, we should also be looking at the issue of speedy adjudication of cases. You may be shocked to know that there are some cases pending at the Supreme Court, cases that were filed as late as 1985, 1980, that are still pending in court as I speak. And apart from cases that are time-bound, most especially election petitions, you discover that many conventional civil and criminal cases do suffer undue delays. And these delays that cases suffer are caused by multifaceted factors. So if my Lord can put in place, while exercising her powers, let me say his, because we don't refer to them as using the feminine description. If my Lord can exercise his powers as the Chief Justice of Nigeria to put in place proactive policies that will help ensure that at least there is improvement in the manner in which cases are handled in our courts, especially the appellate courts, it will be a very wonderful legacy. And
Okay,
we may not be quick to forget her.
You said some things and it sparked some things. Now you said, just for my audience, someone who is watching, who will say, is a she, you're calling he. How does you, first, why do they reconcile? I could know that this is why, to just make it apart, but can you throw more light, one? Secondly, majorly, is how is it possible to swear in a Chief Justice of Nigeria without the approval of the National Assembly? How does that happen? Is it legal? You were a lawyer, so is it legal to swear in the Chief Justice of Nigeria without the approval of the legislative arm?
Let me start with the second question asked. Presently, my Lord is acting, is the Chief Justice of Nigeria on acting capacity. So the law allows that because nature abhors vacuum. Following the retirement of the immediate past Chief Justice of the Federation, be my Lord, the Honorable Justice Ariwola, automatically there has to be an acting Chief Justice or a substantive Chief Justice. Now the law is that for this appointment to be solidified or for it to be formalized, then the National Assembly, specifically the Nigerian Senate, has to give legislative approval to the appointment made by Mr. President. So for now, my Lord is operating on acting capacity basis, in which case it is lawful. The law allows that.
So if they eventually do not approve it, she remains acting.
No. If the Senate fails to give approval,
Yes.
then there are some other steps that will take him. For instance, the president will be called upon you know, to forward, they can, to the best of my knowledge, they cannot just reject the appointment without giving cogent reasons. But perchance, for some cogent reasons, they are unable to, you know, ratify the appointment made. Then the National Judicial Council has to come forward with the names of other qualified persons. Of course, the president will be the one to forward those names. And then, from those names forwarded to National Judicial Council, then Mr. President will now decide the person to also send back to the Senate for approval. Notwithstanding, even if the Senate fails to give a stamp of approval to the appointment of the acting Chief Justice, the President can still send her name again back to the Senate for approval if there are reasons raised for the initial rejection of her candidacy. If that particular anomaly is rectified, if there is something that the Senate believes has not been done, or there's a deficiency, constitutional deficiency that is yet to be taken care of, for instance, and it is addressed, the president can rescind that name, just like what obtains maybe in cases of appointment of ministerial nominees. If the Senate or the National Assembly says that, look, we cannot confirm the appointment which you have made in this regard based on so and so reason, if that the issue raised is addressed, the president can rescind that name, and then the National Assembly will. All
right, Barrister. But what can be those reasons that could make the National Assembly say, okay, no, we can't go with this?
Anyway, there are a plethora of reasons. For instance, in the first instance, even before, ordinarily before one is made a Chief Justice of the Federation, the appointment has to be sanctioned by the National Judicial Council. And for that to be done, the person has to be deemed to be qualified to occupy that position. For instance, there is a particular number of years, because in as much as it is conventional for the Chief Justice of the Federation to be appointed from the 7 Justices of the Supreme Court, there is no law that also prohibits the president from even going outside the confines of the Justice of the Supreme Court to appoint a practicing lawyer. For instance, a practicing lawyer who has practiced law for at least up to 10 years in the country is also qualified to be a judge, in which case the president can go outside, you know, the shores of the already existing Justice of the Supreme Court to appoint. So if, for instance, the person you are trying to put forward is not qualified constitutionally to occupy that particular position, then that would be a ground upon which the Senate will say no, that you have forwarded this person's name for us to give our stamp of approval, but we will not do that. Secondly, prima facie, the candidate may be qualified, but there may be an allegation, a very fundamental allegation against that person. Let's say allegation bordering on corruption. If prima facie the allegation is weighty, then the Senate may say that based on public policy, that in as much as you have the right to, you know, to put forward the name or names of candidates, as the case may be, who you want to occupy this particular position, that this particular individual whose name you have forwarded to us, that there are fundamental challenges that has bedeviled his candidacy based on so and so reports. Let's say security reports. If there is a very, not just flimsy, there is a very cogent security report against the person sought to be made the Chief Justice of the Federation, based on that security report, the Senate can say, based on national interest, that we will not be giving our approval, in as much as the president is giving that powers to appoint whoever he wants to, subject to the fact that that appointment must be done in line with the Constitution. So it's not an open-ended power. And that's why the National Judicial Council is there to ensure that whoever may be put forward to occupy that position should be someone who is constitutionally qualified to occupy that position. Then going by the first question you asked, just in a jiffy, we refer to them as my lord. Have you ever heard my lady? They just so a woman conventionally cannot be a lord.
But the symbol of law is a woman with a sword.
That's Themis, goddess of justice.
Yes, she's a
feminine. Yes, for the purpose of describing the role being played by judges. But in the true sense of it, in the days of yore, you know, this is our judicial system basically is a colonial heritage. In the days of yore, ordinarily women are not even allowed to study law in the days of yore. Basically, is for the nobles, you know, sons of women are not allowed rather to become judges in the days of yore. You know, in the days where patriarchy held sway, basically they are referred to as my lord because women cannot ordinarily be expected to assume the position of lord. But that's, you know, that's what was the case in the days of yore.
Okay, so well, like you said, in the days of yore. Okay, so Well, moving forward, I asked the other constitutional lawyer, Omonami, I asked him the fact that, okay, let me start by saying, why is the president the one to nominate or pick the person that becomes the CGN? Is it right in the right sense of it? Recall that Olisa Bakoba, a senior advocate of Nigeria, very notable person in the law firm in Nigeria. He said that the court in Nigeria presently works on the 1844 model of the English court. So trying to marry it and put a balance to this, how do you reconcile it? Is it right for the president to be the one to nominate the Chief Justice of Nigeria?
It's not a question of whether it's right or not. We have to be talking about what obtains in our constitution. If a vast majority of us believe that it's not right for the president to nominate, then we have to call for constitutional amendment. But as it stands today in Nigeria, if you come to a state, it's the governor of a state who nominates. However, the constitution theoretically has put in place checks and balances. That's why I have the National Judicial Council. For instance, even in case of appointment into the office of a judge of a state, you have the State Judicial Service Commission. And some of these institutions are there to ensure that in as much as the president is given the powers, for instance, in case of federal judges, to nominate, that it is those who are qualified to occupy that position that will be nominated. In other words, the president cannot just wake up and say, I hereby nominate Okeke Okafor to become a judge, a justice of the Supreme Court or Court of Appeal. No, there are bodies already put in place to ensure that those individuals that they met the requirements of the law in terms of qualification, in terms of integrity. And that's why whenever the president is to nominate a federal judge, or maybe a federal judge, the president directly or indirectly is to nominate a federal judge, members of the public are even called upon, to make any report about the personality of the individual sought to be appointed to that particular office. In which case, if there's any fundamental allegation against that person, it will be a ground upon which some of these institutions, like the National Judicial Council, will now say, we have a weighty allegation. It must be weighty. It shouldn't just be a flimsy allegation. Otherwise, we may end up not having judges. If there's need for appointment into a vacant office, one can easily put up a flimsy allegation. But if there is any prima facie strong allegation against a candidate, it will be a ground upon which these institutions will say, no, this person is not qualified to be a. So it has to do with our constitution. Just like in the United States, judges are elected. The way we elect political office holders here, that's how they elect judges in the United States.
By their president.
No, not by the.
That's what I'm saying.
By the electorate.
That's what I'm saying. The electorate.
So do you want the electorate to start electing our judges here for us? And it's left for Nigerians who are listening to answer. But I think...
I actually thought it's people in the judicial realm, or spheres of life, that are supposed to elect who they see deem for that position. Because they alone understand the weightiness of what he carries. Because just like right now we have the Minister of Petroleum is now the president. So that once upon a time, it will arise that the Chief Justice of Nigeria is also the president.
No, the point here is that you should appreciate the fact that even in the course of judges being appointed, the members of the bar, lawyers both practicing and lawyers, members of the bar, also play a vital role. The names of these candidates are forwarded to the bar for scrutiny, at least in theory, but it does happen. And that's when people are given the opportunity, lawyers are also given the opportunity to make comments. And from the information that I've gathered...
That's where or that's when?
I mean, before a judge is to be appointed, the name of the prospective judge will be forwarded to the Nigerian Bar Association for scrutiny.
Okay.
And that's when lawyers are given the opportunity to make their reports or remarks about that particular candidate. And there's any way, because we know ourselves, if as a lawyer, for instance, Mr. Okeke is about being appointed as a judge, and I know that Mr. Okeke has very notorious reputation as a judge, I'm giving that moral authority, that moral and legal authority to say no, that this person is not qualified to occupy this position because of so and so reasons. That in time past, I've been opportune to transact with this particular lawyer. I've been opportune to handle so and so cases. And even in terms of competence, even before you be a judge, you are also expected to put forward the cases you have handled as a lawyer, at least for a period of, I think, presently, I think 5 years before the date of your indicating interest in occupying that position. This will also help the relevant agencies to appreciate whether you are conversant with the realities of the moment as far as law practice or the legal profession is concerned. Because they wouldn't like a situation whereby a candidate who has not been, in active practice, be it as an advocate or as a corporate lawyer, to just ascend that particular position. So they want to be sure that you are in tune with the realities of the moment. So if there's any challenge with our judicial system, as has been raised by the learned counsel, Mr. Abakoba, I think the best way to address it will be to amend the relevant provisions of our laws. Just like presently today, we still make use of our conventional wig and gown. In some other countries of the world, they are about doing away with this particular way of life. Whereas many of us, because of our strict adherence to the colonial heritage, many of us are yet to come to terms with the fact that there may be nothing wrong with doing away with putting on wig and gown. So these are some of the issues we have to address by embarking on an amendment of the various laws that regulate the manner in which the legal profession is practiced in Nigeria.
All right, Barrister. Thank you for such insightful insight. Now, let's go back to Kekere and let's talk about the judiciary system. What do you think are the key challenges facing the judiciary in Nigeria today? And how do you think she might be able to tackle these challenges?
I think if you ask an average Nigerian will raise questions about justice delivery. The issue of justice is a very controversial issue. The man you refer to as a terrorist may be viewed as a freedom fighter by his kinsman. So jurisprudentially, I wouldn't love to delve into the issue of justice this morning, because if I should do that without sounding modest, 2 hours may not be enough for me to appraise issues bordering on justice. But an average Nigerian believes that, or let's say many Nigerians no longer have faith in the judicial system. And I wouldn't even stay here this morning to defend the judiciary, because there are many controversial outings of the judiciary as an arm of government. Many of us have not forgotten the remarks made by Senator Bukachua, which impliedly was an admittance on his part that cases are being influenced. Notwithstanding, I wouldn't like to make a general indictment of the judiciary as an arm of government, because even as I speak, I'm also a beneficiary of the benevolence of judiciary. Some months ago in this state, a particular judge of this state gave a ruling that went in my favor against a powerful establishment. So if all judges were to be corrupt, I don't think that judgment would have gone in my favor, because I won't mention the name of that, but this is an establishment owned by very powerful individuals in this country. But the judge looked at the facts of the case and ruled in my favor. Even as I speak, I've also had some judgments that went against me, some judgments which I would refer to as strange judgments. What am I trying to say? Basically, many Nigerians look forward to having a more sanitized judicial system that maybe we meet the yearnings and aspirations of rational thinking members of the society. But we should appreciate one thing. My Lord, the Honorable Acting Chief Justice of the Federation, has only one vote as a Justice of the Supreme Court. Admittedly, he wields enormous administrative powers, but he cannot, because he's the Chief Justice, Acting Chief Justice, or the Chief Justice, as the case may be, dictate for his brother Justice of the Supreme Court how to go about his case. So if a bench of the Supreme Court is constituted, let's say a bench of seven-member panel of the Supreme Court is constituted, it is the judgment delivered by the majority of these justices that will need to be the judgment of the day, irrespective of the position occupied by the Chief Justice. So the issue of justice is a different ballgame altogether on its own, because jurisprudentially, many factors come to play. At times, even when we lawyers, when we make mistakes in our cases, the judiciary tend to take the blame, just like what happened in the last presidential election. Let me say something without any apology. I have, for instance, read the judgment delivered by the Supreme Court of Nigeria in this election petition. I have read that judgment. Irrespective of if anything may have happened, I don't know, but I can tell you that that judgment is a near perfect judgment. The only problem I have with that judgment has to do with the stance of my laws on issue bordering on electronic transfer of votes. I totally disagree with them. But apart from that facet of that judgment, believe you me, that judgment is in order. If you're talking about law, I'm not talking about those who are not conversant with the provisions of the law, because that particular judgment generated serious controversy. So if anything may have happened behind the scene, I don't know. But if you're talking about justice vis-a-vis the law, any lawyer who is not emotional, any lawyer who is conversant with the provisions of the law as far as the election petition is concerned, vis-a-vis previous decisions delivered by our courts on on the election petition, will not have any challenge in coming to terms with the fact that that judgment is a near perfect judgment, save for the stance of the Supreme Court and Court of Appeal on electronic transmission or transfer of votes. And finally, at this juncture, I think many Nigerians are also in need of speedy adjudication of cases, because in as much as you're also raising issues on speedy adjudication of cases, many of us Nigerians are also complicit. If you're talking about delays in cases, many factors are responsible, basically 4 factors. Now, if you want to appreciate some of the factors that give rise to delays in our cases, just go and watch a football match. The judge is like a referee. Then litigants are like the 2 opposing teams. Have you noticed that whenever a football team is winning in a match, towards the end of the game, they tend to embark on delay tactics? That's what happens in cases. When you have a bad case as a lawyer, many lawyers tend to intentionally delay the case. When you have a bad case as a litigant, many, like you're a tenant, you occupy the premises of a landlord, you're having issues with your landlord take you to court. You will intentionally be embarking on delay tactics in order to frustrate your landlord. Your landlord will now be crying that judiciary is not doing well. That is when the judge, being the referee, is now expected to put in place some proactive measures that will help see to read that the person who is embarking on the delay tactics is penalized, and that case makes progress. Because ordinarily, if you leave some of us who are lawyers, we keep embarking on some delay tactics to frustrate cases. And at the end of the day, we come out and say the judiciary will normally waste time in entertaining cases. So lawyers are complicit, litigants are complicit. Again, lack of modern day facilities. It's unfortunate that even today in Nigeria, many judges don't make use of stenographers. They don't have research assistants. They don't have well-equipped libraries. These are basic policies and facilities that should be put in place that will help guarantee speedy adjudication of cases. So we are still backward in terms of infrastructure and manpower. Then delays coming from litigants, delays coming from lawyers, and at times delays coming from judges. Even though I can tell you that many judges are not usually culpable in this regard. They may be culpable when they are not too firm in order to call to order the shenanigans of some lawyers and litigants. And interestingly, at times, when a judge wants to embark on that line of action, you may now find the lawyer, even the litigant, accusing the judge of maybe having interest in the matter. It's like, my lord has interest in this matter. Why is he doing so? So these are the things we see. That's why the position of a judge is a very sensitive position. Because no matter what you do as a judge, you can never please the entire society. What is fundamental, just in a nutshell, as a judge, is that if you want to do the right thing, that between you and God Almighty, who is the supreme judge, you should always endeavor to do the right thing. But there's no way you give a judgment that the entire society will be happy with you. That is the reality of life.
Thank you very much, Barrister. Because of time, this is the much we can take. Thank you for such insight on this, Barrister Chinonso. Thank you. Chukwunonso, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
What's the difference, by the way?
There's a word of difference between Chinonso and Chukwunonso. Chukwu basically means God, whereas Chi may mean God or destiny or fate, based on the context. And again, I wouldn't like a situation where tomorrow they say that the certificate, yes, Chukwunonso, not Chinonso, and the matter will not end up in court. It's true. And they say judiciary has compromised the game.
Thank you very much. We'll be going on a very short break. When we come back, we have much more segments lined up for you. I'll see you after the break.
This is still Signature Morning, and you're on Signature TV. Right now, we're not just switching guests, we're also talking about something very important, especially in and around our environment. It won't be good. It will almost be in some other climes a crime if this happens and we don't bring you up to speed with it. So, yes. This week is the annual health week, and I think today is apparently the annual health day. They are going to clarify us much later. My guests, they are going to clarify us. And so we're talking wellness through personal and environmental hygiene. It's one of the theme, or the main theme actually, for this annual health week, health day. And so in that light, I have Mrs. Ezinwanne Ndiana Twigu join us alongside Sunday Victory Jasper. You're welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, I know there's a whole lot to this, but before then, what level are you? Are you a student or are you a lecturer?
We're both students, 400 level students.
Amazing, amazing. So how many levels are there?
5.
Okay, so there are 5 levels in this field of study.
How's your experience been?
Yes.
So far, so good. Ups and downs, but we're learning. It's building up for the better good.
Okay, basic, immediately, what are the major challenges you've had to face from your hundreds to this point?
Strenuous times, hours of study, the difficult exams, I must say.
Is this your first degree?
Yes, it is.
Is this your first degree?
No.
I want to get to that. So why? Is this a means to Japa or what?
Yes, yeah. I was. Why? How
We're in the
dare you?
spirit. We're in the spirit.
Well, you can actually say that this is, for me, this is trying to find my purpose. I had my first degree. I graduated 2004 from Food Science and Technology Department, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Then I went into banking for almost a decade.
Wow.
But that you feel you've not gotten it.
Yes.
So something led to the other, and I'm here today.
Beautiful.
Okay. So, run us through wellness through personal and environmental hygiene. Now, this is an annual stuff that is being done.
Yes.
How did it come about?
Okay. This program was actually initiated by Professor Mrs. Ijoma O. Ihiemere. She was previously the Dean, Faculty of Health Sciences at ENUGU. Okay. So she started this program in 1998. This is actually the 27th because of the strike, so we actually had to run. It should have been the 26th if you count it by the years, but this is the 27th. Our set is the 27th. So she started this program to enable the students to bridge the gap between theory and practice. So we try to get into the community, to get to know them, because community health nursing is basically taking nursing outside of the hospitals, trying to relate with the people at the rural levels, get to know what is the issues with them and the health. Like the theme that's been chosen for this year, wellness through personal and environmental hygiene. So there are lots of, he's going to speak more on it, there are lots of health issues that come in because of not taking care of this personal and environmental hygiene. So
Okay. I'm going to, before we get back to what the week is about for the health sector, you're dressed like, okay, first sight at you, she's a nurse, and you're dressed like, should I say you're a medical doctor or you're a lawyer now? Why? I'm trying to strike the balance. Is that the dressing for a medical student,
For medical
or
students
a
now.
dressing for nurses?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so they dress alike, both doctors and nurses?
Yes, this is the dress. Most universities now have dress codes for different departments and faculties.
Okay.
Yes, so if you enter UNEC now, the Faculty of Health Sciences, most of the females are dressed this way.
Okay, and the males are dressed
Are
like,
dressed like
they're
that.
going to court?
Yes.
I was about to say that, so I hope they won't confuse you with law students.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, so you see, when you're talking about personal and environmental hygiene, what brought about this particular theme? What's the driving force? behind this team? Some other people might say, why are they not talking about malaria? Or maybe talking about how to treat our eyesight. What brought about personal and environmental hygiene? Can you answer that?
Yeah, you see, when we're looking at the situation that we're having in the country now, we have the uproar of cholera, and we also have the monkeypox that's coming up. And you see that these things, starting from the grassroots, are basically hygiene problems. It can easily be avoided if people take care of their hygiene and that of their environment. But because they actually don't really pay attention to these areas, you know, everybody's just going about their lives, doing whatever they like, eating foods, hand to mouth to nose, whatever, you see that these ones contract these diseases without even knowing what to do. So this topic is especially fitting this time of the year, because it will help the masses to know what to pay attention to themselves as well as the environment.
Okay, all right. So we've had guests come in and then they tell us about people having issues with their kidney, having issues with their heart and everything. And one of the major things they keep saying is the fact that people don't get to know about these things on time. The late awareness or the late diagnosis.
Yeah.
Now, can you, so that will help our viewers, can you tell us about personal hygiene? What does it really entail? What does it mean? It might sound like an easy word, something that everybody knows, but then you might still be amazed to know that a lot of people still don't know what it means. So what is personal hygiene?
Okay. Personal hygiene simply refers to, put simply, keeping yourself clean. Keeping yourself clean now covers a whole broad spectrum. When you wake up in the morning, what you do with your teeth, do you brush? How many times do you brush a day? What about our hands, this tool? Okay.
How many times should I brush a day?
Twice.
Twice.
Yes,
Yeah,
morning
twice.
and
This is
night.
very important now.
How many times should I take my bath?
As much as you should. As much.
No, because I learned that,
Yeah.
you know, there are some places in the body that they are natural flora
Yeah.
in the body, and too much of washing can wash away the natural flora.
Yeah.
And when it's washed away, then bacteria settles in. So how many times
How many
should I
times?
actually take my bath?
As a worker that you are in the morning before you leave, then when you get home, because you're obviously surrounded with other people, shaking, touching, hugging, when you get home, you shower. Before bed, you should shower. And when you're talking about these areas with normal flora, it's not bad in itself to wash them, but using, let's say, soap, using antiseptic to wash these places, then yes, it could cause problems.
So please continue with your explanation on the personal hygiene.
Okay, so I was saying that it covers a broad spectrum,
Yes.
yeah? And I was saying that our hands are basically tools that we use everywhere. Via a pen, could share it to someone. We know very well about the COVID-19 era and what
All the
happened.
washing.
Exactly. So since there is no more COVID, you see that people are now relaxed when it comes to washing their hands. It's very, very vital that these ones remember to always wash their hands. What about the clothing? How many times do you repeat your clothes? Do you wear inside out, outside in? what do you do with your clothing? Then, okay, she will talk about environmental.
Yes.
Yeah. So washing the hands, taking care of the body, and making sure that you smell good.
Yeah, smelling good is good business, I believe.
So, but smelling good, does it have anything to do with what you wear? I mean, body spray, perfumes, roll-ons. Does it have anything to do with that, or
There's a
bathing,
natural...
or there's a natural?
Use them. Save on use.
Okay, so
All
it's
right.
part of personal hygiene
Yes, it is.
to wear.
It is. Wear something that will not pollute the air, obviously.
What do you say about kids? Because I don't think kids are actually advised to wear those things at a tender age.
Yeah.
But to maintain personal hygiene, are they also
The
supposed to
kids,
wear
when
such?
at their age, they are not up to the time where this flora, you know, they don't grow hair in the pubic areas that much. So that's where.
Oh, so it's actually pubic hairs that cause all
Yes,
the mayhem.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
So when it comes to environmental hygiene, you know, where do you dispose your waste? Open defecation. You know, you find out that in most rural areas, you know, they just go out and do what they call the shot put, and, you know, and if the person is already infected, that's like, take it, whoever comes by. So we try to teach these communities, you know, how to take care of their environments so that we don't have epidemics coming up around where they are. So this year, this particular health week, we are at 8 communities. Our students are currently at Obago, Amechi, Ahuke, Wani, New Haven, Qatar Street, Asata, and Ogui. So for today is actually the kickoff. We have we'll be having a health day at Obago and Amechi. Obago in this morning, then Amechi follows suit. So we're going to have, you see the people, the students interface, they've been in the communities for the past 5 weeks, you know, going home by home, talking to them, finding out what their issues are, and bringing attention to the health center located at the community. Because there are health centers at all these communities, but you find out that most of the people are not aware. Some of them treat themselves at home, some of the women give birth at home. They don't know that these health centers are there to cater for them. So what we try to do is to bring to their knowledge. Once we enter a community, we try to find who the leaders are. We introduce ourselves to them, the Igwe of the community. We do mobilization, we move around, let the people know this is the health center, the students are here to help you out, answer your questions. The ones they can answer, the ones they cannot, they take it back to appropriate quarters and get information back to them. So today, those at Obago, please, we're asking you to please come out because you're going to see our students dance, cultural dance, display, you know, dramas, and in the native language. Because we try to make it as in like come and just be at that level with them.
In Obago language.
Well, let's say the Igbo language.
Okay, okay.
Yes,
Okay,
because
okay,
you know
okay.
this is a mix
Yes.
of students.
Yes.
You know, but what we're actually like in Enugu State. So this has been going on for the years.
And sorry,
yes.
just to cut that,
Okay.
are all your students Igbos?
No.
So even those that are not Igbos, they're going to be
Yeah,
speaking?
they're going to
Oh,
perform.
amazing. I would like to have one. Are
Please,
you Igbo?
Obago, and
Are you-
I'm Igbo, yes.
Are you Igbo?
No, I'm not Igbo.
So how are you going to do? Okay, tell me to come out.
Well, I'm still learning. I'm still learning.
So an
Okay,
interpreter
But you
will
can
work
eat
with you.
Okba.
Very well.
And you can speak. We'll get to
Okay,
that.
so
Okay.
you said the student has been with these people for about 5 weeks now.
Yes.
Apart from ignorance, major factor, what else have they reported as factors that could affect people?
Okay, like the blood pressure, you know, so, you know, we've heard a lot about people slumping
Yes.
and dying and all that. So we try to encourage them to check their blood, to get to the health centers. Some of these things are there for the functional ones. You know, they can get to the health centers and have all these things, get the nurses there. We have the the community health workers, you know, that are on ground, you know. But, you know, because we create that awareness, you know, to let people know that there's a health center in your community. So like I was saying, Obago and Amechi, flags of today.
I know they are flagging off today, but there's a question in someone's mind right now, and the person is asking, is it free?
Yes, free medical, yes, free.
Everything.
With Engage, we will have doctors who will come in to consult. You know, we'll have free drugs.
Okay.
Also, because we actually, when we start this program, we write to certain organizations for sponsorship. Last WHO sponsored the students with mosquito nets. So this year we have Juhel Pharmacy. They've given us some drugs.
Are they going to camp there? Are the students camping
No,
there?
we're not camping. We go on daily basis.
Okay.
Yes, we go on daily basis.
What time to what time?
It's 11 to 2 today.
So the
Yes.
mosquito net, if it's being donated, what do the students use it for?
No, the students are
project?
giving, yes, the
Okay,
community
okay,
members.
they are giving the community.
Yes, we are
okay.
giving the community members. So
I-
this year, Juhel gave us some drugs. Nemel Pharmacy also gave us some drugs. So, and some individuals also made donations towards having a grand event. So,
You mentioned some parts of Enugu.
yeah, I wanted to run down.
What of other parts that you didn't mention? Are they, because most of the places you mentioned
Was
are
there
in
many?
Enugu.
Well, the thing is, every year,
Isiago, Uji, and
you
all
know,
those.
we've been at some, you know, every
Moving,
year we
yeah.
do
Okay.
certain areas.
Okay,
We can't
okay.
cover all areas in just a set. So next set, we'll also do where we didn't do. So like today is the flag of at Obago and Amechi. On Tuesday, we have, on Wednesday, the 27th, will be Ogui and Kata Straits. You know, we'll have then on Thursday, Asata and New Haven. On Friday, Apuke. Then on Tuesday, the 3rd of September, will be the grand finale at Owani. It will hold at the Enugu South Pavilion, the local government headquarters, the pavilion. Yes, we'll be having a special guest, Honorable, that's the person representing Enugu South and Enugu North at the National Assembly. That is Honorable Chima Atsu. Yes, so he will be there. He will be our special guest of honor. So we also invited several dignitaries that will also be there. So Owani is the grand finale, and all these communities that we've been at this period we're going to have delegates, representatives from them at Owani for the grand finale.
You said something. You talked about communities that that they practice short puts. What I mean is open defecation. You know,
Yes.
they just go and. So how do you advise those communities that their only means of defecating is through open defecation, without sounding like some governments that just throw some things about to them and don't care about how they go about it? So how do you tell someone, hey, they don't have a toilet system? How do you handle that?
Okay. When it comes to those kind of people, you see that in these villages we may have sparse farmlands, or let's say let me not say farmlands, sparse lands that are not probably in use too much. We tell these ones to go far from their houses, at least 20 to 30 meters away. Then dig. When you dig, you can now defecate and make sure you cover them.
Okay, so telling them 20 to 30 kilometers might still be a little bit bogus for them.
Yeah.
So I hope you break it down.
In the native language.
Yeah, in the native
Exactly.
language. Let them walk 50, like,
Yes.
count 50
show
away.
them what to do exactly.
Okay,
Yes,
all right.
yes.
Very good.
So this is the 27th annual.
Yes, I said Professor Ihemere.
However, you said it's rhetorically, is it? In other way, it's 26. Is this the 26th year?
Yeah, this is the
But-
26th year, but the
is
27th.
27th annual.
Yes.
What other parts of the country or Enugu have you been exercising this?
Okay.
And is there plans, in case it's just Enugu you're
expand.
doing it, is there plans to expand beyond the shores of Enugu?
Well, it's Enugu State where the school is situated that we are concentrating at the moment. We've been at Oji, we've been to Oji River. Some past sets had done the outreach there, or Wo. So it depends. As when we start the program, we choose a location where we go to.
You know, this is University of Nigeria,
Enugu campus.
Department of Nursing
Nursing
Sciences. So the key note is University of Nigeria.
Yes.
So not University of Enugu State.
No, it's not
So
Enugu State.
there
it's
is hope
Nigeria.
for expansion.
Definitely.
Oh, okay.
Definitely.
Okay, personally now to you, give people an advice on what to do to help them with their personal hygiene.
Okay, I would say that as far as your hands are tools, you should make sure that you always wash them.
My hands are really that important, don't they?
You see,
Very
yeah, that's
important.
why you have to, whatever you're doing like now, when you're out of this place,
Yeah.
you should wash them, or use an alcohol-based hand
hand
sanitizer. Exactly. Wash your hands regularly, brush your teeth regularly, stay kempt, and your environment as well. Make sure that you clear your bushes, make sure that your water is covered, make sure you boil them before drinking if you're using like an open source water, stuff like that.
And the washing of hands shouldn't just be the normal, you just
Flowing
go,
water, okay.
piam, piam.
Yeah.
You know, you should put enough detergent, rub in, interlace your fingers, get to the thumbs, the back, you know, get all these places can have microorganisms hidden in there. So it's not just, you know, the usual, you know, you wash, you
Scrub.
know, you
Scrub, actually.
interlink, you know, that way, so that you're sure.
I hope
get
you can see
everything.
that it was thorough,
Yes.
so that you
Yes.
don't go there and just do
Yes.
like this and say you are
Yes,
through
you don't
washing
just
your
say
hands. It's
no.
not like that. You have to be thorough about it and intentional about it.
Oh
as
yeah,
well.
intentional.
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 Okay, so I know someone who always makes to wash. Like, she touches anything and she goes to wash, you know, before she, especially when she wants to eat. Or maybe someone wants to join her and eat. And she tells you, please wash your hand before you join me and eat. Is that a bad thing?
Very good.
Okay, so you know it's very good, Joshua, now.
Yes.
Okay, so
Well,
moving on.
wait.
So moving
Okay,
on.
but then wait. Before we move on, I have this little issue. When my hands are in water for too long, it becomes whitish, if that's the word to use. What could be the problem? Is it that I'm washing it too much? Or
No. I don't think there could be too much washing
Washing
of
of
hands. Maybe you
hands.
should also check the soap you're using, the detergent.
Okay,
Maybe it's too harsh for your hands, you know. Maybe, so you need to check that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
You
so,
can't wash too much.
maybe finally or not, what should they be expecting? You mentioned earlier that some past conventions you've had, in quote, conventions, in quote, there was distribution of mosquito nets and all that.
Okay.
So what should they be expecting?
Okay.
And or should they just expect people come talk? Is there food, something like that?
Oh, definitely,
If there's
there
no food,
will
there's
be,
food.
yes,
Yeah.
there will be little
Don't mind.
refreshment. What the students
you're here. Joshua, you're stuck here.
Can
Okay,
we,
so we're also going to
can
have.
we volunteer to be part of this good
Please
work?
do,
Food
please.
time,
Invite
food
us.
So
section.
we'll be having health talks
Okay.
too. Apart from the dramas that the students have that will be showing, will also be targeted looking at the theme that we have: wellness through personal and environmental hygiene. So the dance, there will be cultural dance at every center. You see the students get down to that Igbo dance and entertain the guests. So we'll have mother craft too, where we just showcase certain little things that we can teach, like detergents, how to make detergent to enable them wash these hands. Teach them how to make, some centers have come up with how to make Vaselines, just small things that we can just showcase. So we'll be having mother crafts. And the other things that will be on of course, there will be the anthems, we're going to sing for them. So it will just be an interesting
Will you
one.
be replicating this
Oh,
in
yes.
all the centers?
Yes.
Like everyone,
Yes.
you teach them about
Yes.
the soap making
Yes.
and all that?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll
so
be replicating it.
what you didn't mention, I'm still asking, are there going to be distribution of pen? Here we live in a climate where even paper, if you're giving paper, it's something. So, and we're in a period that people have termed hardship and hunger. So is there like a cup gift or a gift item, or when they are done, you will give them yourself, or Jasper, Victor can actually go home with?
Free, which is very important. There'll be free medical checks.
Okay.
We're going to have doctors on ground. There'll be free medical checks.
Okay.
And we'll also be giving free drugs. Like I mentioned, we got some drugs from Juhel. We got some from the Mel Pharmacy. So there will be drugs that will be given. The doctor will see the patients, the people who will be coming. They make diagnosis, who can give them drugs
The
there.
drugs is in respect with whatever it is
Yes,
that
for
they are.
those who
Okay.
come on ground.
And,
who are
and in addition to that, it's not just about just about maybe malaria and high blood pressure. We also have optometrists that are going to come for the eyes. We also have dentists.
Free glasses?
Free glasses.
I
yeah.
don't know about
it's
free
going
glasses.
To, it's going to be free. We are making
there could be
provision for that.
referrals,
Yes,
if this
referrals,
is on the sports checks.
Yeah.
So not all can be
Not
within the
all,
number
yeah.
of
Just
hours
few
we
of
have
them.
put the program to last
Yeah.
for.
Yeah.
So for those who require further
Can be further.
follow-up, so they will be referred.
No, I
Okay.
mean the glasses, would they be free?
said yes.
There'll be
Yes,
free
yes,
glasses.
I want to
yes,
believe
yes,
Jasper
yes,
more
yes. We're
than
making,
you.
we're making plans for that.
Yes,
It's not going to be for everybody, but
Yes.
just
Yeah,
for.
just-
So because I know you now, Nigeria has a thing of now who sabi
Na who
person
sabi
sabi.
person
So I sabi you now, so I'm going to use my influence with you. But yes, before I let you go finally, you said today's zone is by 11 to
Yes,
2
at
p.m.
Obago.
So is it 11 to 2 p.m. every day or just today?
11 to 2 p.m. today for Obago, 2 to 4 p.m. at Amechi.
Okay.
Then on Wednesday, we'll be having Ogui and Kata, that same way. Then on Thursday, we'll have Asata and New Heaven, the same way.
Okay.
Then on Friday, we'll be having Akuke at the health center. Then on Tuesday, the 3rd of September, will be the grand finale. All these health centers that we've mentioned, we'll expect some delegates from there to come at Owani. That will be the close-up of it. It will still be the mega of what had happened in the previous centers.
Okay. I learned that one of the places you mentioned, Apuke, has a beach. So is there going to be like extracurricular things around?
No, not now.
It's
Not
strictly
for that.
business.
Strictly
Chamalina is
healthcare.
No,
business, healthcare.
remember there is dance, there could be beach,
No, it's
Okay.
just strictly healthcare business. Yes.
But there are some medicines you derive from this water and sea,
Not for today.
Thank you very much. So you've heard it, you've listened. Of course, your personal hygiene and your well-being is very important. Your environment very much more important. You can as well like, follow, and share on our social media platform. Don't forget, of course, to follow us and subscribe. We're live on Facebook as well. Trima.
Yes, I wanted to say, do you have any last things you want to drop before we bid this farewell?
Yeah, I want to tell everybody to please care for your personal and environmental hygiene. It is only beneficial.
Okay, Sunday.
Yeah, just to re-emphasize on the point, make sure you stay neat, stay healthy, because without health, every other thing is impossible.
Yeah, health is wealth.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Very important.
Thank you for having us.
We're
Wonderful.
glad we did. And yes, this is a segment on health. You never know. With Signature Morning, it's always something about you. About you. Note the word, not the sentence. With Signature Morning is always about you. This is the Signature Morning on Signature TV. Joshua highlighted it. I'm going to base it. Make sure to follow us on all our social media handles as Signature TV officials on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. And yes, we are live on Facebook. And we're also live on YouTube as Signature TV. Go and stay there because that's where you belong. Also drop your comment because we want to hear what your take is on, and it's not just about us, it's you. It's not even about us actually, it's just about you. Right now we'll go on a financial update because yes, it's important. It's still Signature Morning.
Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu has launched the Renewed Hope Initiative Economic Empowerment Program to support women petty traders across the country. She flagged off the disbursement of a 50,000 naira business capital grant to 37,000 women, with the first phase taking place in Asaba, Delta State, where 1,000 women traders benefited. The Economic Empowerment Program is designed to assist women in overcoming the challenges facing small and medium enterprises (SMEs), particularly in the informal sector, which forms the backbone of Nigeria's local economies. The grant aims to help petty traders grow their businesses, create jobs, and contribute to the national economy. Speaking at the event, the First Lady commended the resilience of Nigerian women in the face of economic difficulties and stressed on the importance of supporting SMEs. The total disbursement of 1.85 billion naira will reach women traders in every state across the country, helping to combat poverty and support sustainable business growth for many families. Festus Osifo, president of the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Association of Nigeria, PENGASIN, has attributed the persistent fuel queues across Nigeria to outdated and weak distribution chains. Speaking at the 2024 PENGASIN Energy and Labour Summit in Abuja, Osifo said that Nigeria's distribution system is inadequate to meet the demands of the country's large population. Osifo pointed out that Nigeria relies on a single point of product importation, which, coupled with the use of trucks to distribute fuel nationwide, leads to recurring shortages. Other contributing factors include poor road infrastructure and flooding, which disrupt fuel distribution. He called on the government to urgently reform the distribution chain and strengthen the value chain for a more reliable and efficient system. Osifo also said there is the need to reduce the high cost of local production, which is up to 20% higher than in other regions, partly due to security costs borne by oil and gas companies. He advocated for stricter penalties for oil theft and improved security measures to lower production costs. The Controller General of the Nigerian Immigration Service (NIS), Kemi Nandap, has dismantled all unauthorized checkpoints along Nigeria's border posts to enhance national security. Nandap instructed all border command controllers to ensure timely reporting of major movements and handle sensitive intelligence with urgency. She also called for increased interagency collaboration for effective intelligence sharing. All checkpoints not authorized by the NIS have been ordered removed, with a focus now on proactive border patrols. Drivers under the Dangote Cement Transportation Unit in Obajona, Kogi State, are calling on Aliko Dangote, president of the Dangote Group, to increase their monthly salaries to 300,000 naira. The drivers argue that the recent introduction of compressed natural gas (CNG) for transport and the rising cost of living make their current salaries insufficient. Vice Chairman of the Dangote Drivers Association, Muhammadu Tanko Umar, highlighted the burden of increasing food, shelter, and essential material costs. He also expressed concerns about the company's health insurance scheme, stating that 75% of their members are not benefiting from it. The drivers are also requesting an allowance increase of 80,000 naira per person for dispatch and label duties to help address current economic challenges. They have appealed directly to Aliko Dangote for a personal meeting to discuss these issues, believing that some concerns may not have reached him. Recently, Dangote Group approved a basic salary of 67,000 naira per month for drivers, with a consistent incentive of 10,000 naira per trip, totaling around 117,000 naira per month for 5 trips. However, the drivers insist that this is not enough to meet their current needs. Nigeria's leading integrated oil company, Oando plc, has successfully completed the acquisition of the Nigerian Agip Oil Company, NAOC, from Italian energy giant Eni for a total of $783 million. The deal was finalized at the Peninsula Hotel in London, marking a great achievement for Oando in its quest to strengthen its position in Nigeria's oil and gas sector. In a corporate disclosure sent to the Nigerian Exchange Group (NGS) by Owando's Chief Compliance Officer Ayotola Jagun, that the acquisition grants Owando full control of Eni's 100% shareholding interest in NAOC. This acquisition is important in expanding Owando's upstream operations and increasing its footprint in the energy market. Uganda is expanding its oil exploration efforts to 2 new regions, the Moroto-Kadam Basin in the east and the Kyoga Basin in the center of the country. Ruth Nankabirwa, Uganda's Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, announced that the early results from the Moroto-Kadam Basin indicate potential for commercial oil and gas deposits. Similar exploration efforts are underway in the Kyoga Basin, with plans to initiate studies in the Hoima Basin in the west. Uganda's current petroleum resources are estimated at 6.5 billion barrels, and the government hopes to increase reserves and extend production timelines through these exploration activities. Japan's yen, long considered a safe haven asset, has seen wild swings this year. Despite this volatility, analysts maintain that the yen's status as a safe haven currency remains intact. The yen weakened to levels not seen since 1986, prompting the Bank of Japan to intervene in July to support the currency. Experts attribute the yen's stability to Japan's position as the world's largest external creditor, as well as its sustainable current account surplus. However, large differences in bond yields between Japan and the US have led to sharp fluctuations in the yen's value. The Nigerian Stock Exchange (NGX) closed the final trading session of last week's trading on Friday, August 23, 2024, with a total of 327.3 million shares traded across 7,351 deals, corresponding to a market value of 4.6 billion naira. This represented a significant decline in trading activity, with volume dropping by 17%, turnover falling by 21%, and the number of deals decreasing by 11% compared to the previous trading day, Thursday, August 22nd. Despite this, the overall market capitalization of the NGX remains at 55.1 trillion naira. A total of 123 listed equities participated in Friday's trading, with the market seeing a mix of gains and losses. In total, 32 equities ended the day in positive territory, while 11 recorded losses. Owando emerged as the top gainer on Friday, experiencing a 10% increase in its share price, which closed at 47 naira 85 kobo per share. Following closely behind were Coals, which also gained 10%, Total Energy with a 9.98%, and Cornerstone Insurance Company, which saw a 9.95% increase in share price. On the losing side, the Initiate suffered the most significant depreciation, with its share price dropping by 9.78% to close at 2 naira 3 kobo per share. Other notable losers included FTN Cocoa Processors, which saw a 5% decline, Cortex down 4.91%, and International Breweries, which fell by 4.44%. In terms of trading volume, Access Holdings led the pack with 36.9 million shares changing hands. Veritas Capital Assurance followed with 27.7 million shares traded, while FCMB Group and Dar Communications rounded out the top four with 24.7 million and 18.8 million shares traded. The benchmark NGX All-Share Index stood at 0.27%, closing at 95,973.44. And that's it on Signature Business Morning News. I am Thompson Notice.
And that was financial news. Right about now, we will be going to entertainment news. Please stay tuned.
The spotlight is on and the news is fresh. I am your host, Quinsley Rowland, and welcome to Entertainment News. Brace yourself for a jolly ride into the entertainment world. And we have singer Paul Okoye's partner, Ivy, rolls out adorable pregnancy photos showing her growing baby bump. The expectant mother took to her Instagram page to share adorable photos of herself. She is seen wearing a flawless red gown as she struck different poses in the various lights of the photos she shared. Sharing the photos, she left a single word caption for her many fans, God. The photos have left many fawning over her, all the more so since this makes it the first ever pregnancy photos she has released. Paul Okoye took to the comment section to ask netizens to guess the gender of their child. And we have evicted Big Brother Naija Nolu's guard housemate Mayor Frosh has revealed that courtesan forced him to drop out of the University of Lagos. In a candid interview with Hero Daniels, Frosh disclosed that he was being bullied by cultists for refusing to join their group, which made his parents to enroll him in a private university after he dropped out of Unilag. He said it was between 2016 and 2017. He was attacked and his belongings were taken from him, stating it was a way of trying to get him to join as he left Unilag and told his parents, and they enrolled him into a private university. The Nollywood community has been starstruck with sadness as news broke to the passing of actress Sharon Okpamen following childbirth. Popular movie producer Stanley on top broke the tragic news on his Instagram page. The Edo-born actress reportedly met her demise after spending days in a coma following childbirth. Former U.S. Army veteran Esperance Fuezina has scored several Guinness World Records for the most tattooed female, most tattooed person alive, and most female body modification. It has taken the kindness advocate 10 years to cover over 99.98% of her body in tattoos. These include her scalp, eyelids, eyeballs, gums, tongues, and the sole of her feet. Fuezina also has 89 body modifications that include a tongue split, 5 facial implants, punches to stretch the tissue. The 36-year-old also pierced her nipple, labia, and gum, as well as parts of her ears removed.
I have the 5 implants in my face that were done over 3 sessions in Phoenix, Arizona. Sort of liked body art being this collection of memories that I could take with me anywhere. I've been pretty nomadic in my life and didn't add any extra space to my pack, and I felt like I could have this art with me wherever I went. Initially, I didn't plan on having so many, but life being an evolution, I ended up being this way.
British singer Lily Allen has admitted that she returned an adopted puppy after it ate her family's passports. Speaking in a recent episode of her podcast, Miss Her, Ellen said she adopted the puppy named Mary during the coronavirus pandemic in 2020, but returned it after it ate her passport as well as those of her 2 daughters, Ethel and Marnie. She said the passports weren't the only thing she ate. Meanwhile, animal rights charity PETA has written an open letter to Ellen begging her not to get another dog. According to the organization, dogs should never be treated as accessories to be discarded when they become inconvenient. The entertainment news never stops. Don't forget to like, share, and follow us on all our social media platforms. I am Queensley Roland. Stay tuned for more updates, and thank you for watching.
Of course, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to all of our channels: Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and of course, YouTube. Are you going to draw the amount of tattoo on your body?
Ask me if I would draw 1 or 2. Now beyond, it's not about tattoos. Now the implants that she does have on her body.
It's woman empowerment now. She's empowering women.
How? Because now your body is that delicate. Those things have direct contact with not just your skin, your flesh.
Did you see the eyes?
We could actually go on and sometimes people have different reasons for doing whatever it is they choose to do. But then again, you ask yourself, is it worth it? There is a level to you've not finished being yourself.
But she has won Guinness Book of Record now.
So did she
it
do
took her
it
10
to
years.
That's what I'm saying. So that means you were doing it to gain attention. If people aren't attending to you, please, sister, attend to yourself. It's not about them. Honestly, it's not about people or anything. It's about you.
But I think it's nice, though. It does look nice.
Joshua, are you being honest, or are you trying to
I'm being objective,
No, not being objective. Are you being nice, or you're trying to patronize her?
Of course, it is her body. Everybody's entitled to do whatever it is they want to do to their body. And to her, it is nice.
Really?
Yes, to her. I'm sure you've been enjoying our show.
No, sometimes. I think I have come to see with my interactions with people. Sometimes people do things not because they enjoy it, but because of what another person how another person would see it, or how it will come across to another person, maybe pleasing, or it will not give you unnecessary attention. But mind you, over time it wears off. Now she has a tongue like
that of a reptile.
Okay, what are we trying to achieve here? For whatever it is anybody's doing, it's freedom of expression, like you said. Well, how free are you with the freedom?
That is that on the entertainment. This is still Signature Morning, and we've been discussing from the newspaper headline down to the review, and we've gone to the interviews to discuss the analysis or to analyze the new CJN, and we congratulate her and we expect to see her new reforms. Well, this is still Joshua Ritogun, and I've been your pilot for this show, and I've not done it alone. Of course, I can't fly this plane alone. I've been doing it with no other person than...
Okay, I'm Chomalina John, but I don't want to say, you already know that. I haven't changed, and I'm not about to change.
She has
Either
changed.
Way, I would say this: don't have a limited life. And yes, today is National Dog Day. Yes, someone will say, what day is this? Yes, it's National Dog Day. So if you have a dog as a pet, Hey, celebrate it. And another day that interests me, the birthday of one woman that has shown us a measure of virtue, is Mother Teresa. Today is her day, Mother Teresa. Happy birthday in even as you're gone, but hey, we'll still remember you. Happy birthday once again from Signature Morning. Good morning once again. It's Choma Lina on Signature TV.
The thing about exchange rate determination has very much to do with how much you produce in your country, how much you export, how much need of foreign exchange you have, which is about how much you import. So, one, how much do we produce? Our production level in Nigeria is very low. Two, how much do you export, which is the foreign exchange earning? We export very little, and we have a monolithic economy. We export only the oil. And when we say our dependence is on oil, you ask yourself, how much then do we earn from the oil in 1 year? How much does a country like Ireland earn from agricultural produce exports? How much does do other countries far less endowed in terms of good weather, climatic conditions, fertile lands, expansive land resource in Nigeria? How much do they export? They export far more than we earn from oil. Then two, how much do we require the foreign exchange? Because it begins to play between the forces of demand and supply. How much do we need foreign exchange? The dollar, the pound sterling, the Chinese yuan, and so on. We need a lot of it. Nigeria is a consuming economy. Our appetite for consumption is so high. We don't even want to be satisfied with the things we produce in Nigeria. So our appetite is very high. So our demand for foreign exchange is very, very high. So when you demand a lot of foreign exchange and you don't supply, you don't have enough earnings of foreign exchange, which constitutes your supply, naturally the price will go up. What happened in Nigeria is that everything turned to the negative when our production of agricultural produce went drastically low. Because you can say our output of oil is fixed in the short to medium term by OPEC quota. It is only in agriculture that you can tweak how much you produce. You can increase it drastically because we have the natural endowments to do so. But we have not done this. And so, when we have not done this, and so when we started having the crisis between the herders and the farmers, production of agricultural produce went down drastically. It was low, but it went further down. Farmers deserted the farms. At a point, we had come to the point where we were almost reaching a point of self-sufficiency in rice consumption, rice production. That is, we are curtailing the import. We are cutting off up to 500 something million US dollars used to import rice into Nigeria. We are almost cutting that off. But now we reversed again because people were becoming hungry. Prices of food items went skyrocketed. And then hunger was facing everybody. And the government had to start again allowing certain items of rice importation, certain amount of rice importation into Nigeria. So these are the dynamics that determine the price, the exchange rate of our local currency. Why is it? How is it that the furniture market is booming? How is it? Why is it that the electronic market is booming? It is because of corruption. We have to face it head on. There is corruption in the land. Very serious corruption is embedded in our system. Why is it that in a country where a lot of the majority of our population cannot afford three meals, in fact 2 meals in a day? Why do people get all the money with which they are buying all the things that you mentioned? Furniture and electronics. Go to the automobile market. Go along Kubwa Road. Go around Nigeria. You see how people are buying obscene cars. Okay. And so on and so forth. When people are facing a real crisis of existence. Yes, you cannot legislate people to go and die. You cannot make a law that that LG should file out and go and die in Nigeria. You cannot make a law that Honda should file out and go and die.
How do you mean?
What I'm saying is that even Dunlop that was here had gone. And other companies, why are they going? The environment of doing business in Nigeria is very, very hostile and bad. And we can handle it. We can change it. That is the starting point. It's not by legislating people to death or legislating corporations to go and die, because this is a dying field for corporations.
We need to make laws
because of corruption, because
because friendly.
Do you have rules to drive on? Do you have security? Do you have what do you have? No. Do you have look at our credit system? I was a banker. Come down on the banks very heavily. Let them become responsible. In other climes, you have banks handhold little micro companies. Incubate them and then grow them. In Nigeria, it doesn't happen at all.
Yeah.
The Nigerian companies, they lend only to the people who they think are big. But some people who are small sometimes before they become big. And what do those people do with it? Do they produce anything that we can see? But the small and medium scale enterprise sector, that's the engine of growth. If we don't encourage them, that's not where we are going. That there are things that this government, our government, must confront. For somebody to bring business in Nigeria is the thing that will help us to survive. So you don't you don't give the person any room of incentive. Nothing like an incentive exists in Nigeria. They tax people to death in Nigeria here. There are multiple taxations. The government does not care. The environment is hostile. A farmer who wants to produce rice, we leave him to the weather, to the elements. We leave him to go and face the banks. We leave him to go and buy his machinery. We leave him to go and do everything, to go and invest even in research. Somebody wants to be a rice farmer. He first of all invests in research in the high yielding varieties of rice. He produces the seedlings. He does everything. He gets nothing from his government. That is not the way to. Till we realize that for somebody to accept to do business, you must support him deliberately. It's not by accident. You need to give them loans, soft loans, grants of all sorts, just to make them to produce. Because if they don't produce, we continue to die the way we are doing.
that when you think of the foremost Igbo leader, the name Nnamdi Azikiwe comes to mind. Zik was able to lead the Igbo nation in his era, lead Nigeria in his era. But when you concentrate on the eastern region or the southeast or whatever the Igbo nation is today, which goes beyond the 5 states of the southeast, recall that we had the greatest leader, as far as I'm concerned, Africa ever saw, Dr. Michael Obara, who led from the eastern region from here, and I keep saying from 1960, as at 1964, just 4 years, he was able to turn the economy of the eastern region, mostly the Igbo people, because the eastern region, you have the Efik, you have the Bibios, you have the Ikweres and all the other tribes. Well, the Ikweres are Igbos, actually. But Obara was able to use agriculture, for instance, industrialization, to take our economy from where it was in 1960 to being one of the fastest growing economies of the world within 4 years. And if you think that this was rated as at 1964, that Obara had been in office for just 4 years then, it was the coup that removed him of 1966, unfortunately. And if you think that those 4 years he spent and was able to achieve this, it's the same 4-year tenure that we have governors and presidents in Nigeria spending without much to show for it. It shows you that we have had an excellent leader in the past. He's not been the only one. Since him, we've had other great ones. I mean, we've had other leaders. Ojukwu, for instance, the late great Ikemba, was a great leader of our people. So we never really lacked great leaders. But what we're discussing, and why I'm probably here in this studio this morning, is that we're fast running out of great leaders. We've lost far too many people in the last few months. We've lost the Iwanyan, we've lost the Wenneon, we've talked about Ifeanyi. Yes, of course, at his level, you could call him one of our leaders of the Igbo nation. And many of them, like the Ajulu Zodike, just to name but a few that come to mind. We talked about Iwanyan, I don't know if I mentioned him earlier. So you find that we have not lacked, even as they are gone, we still have leaders around. I'm not here to mention names. It's not right to begin to say, who am I to begin to tell the Igbos who their leaders are. But what I'm saying is that we've never lacked great leadership. But what we need to do, and if we're talking about Ohaneze Ndigbo, the apex organization of the Igbo nation, we should make sure that we stop electing very old leaders. And I say use the word very old advisedly, because I pray that I'm old. I pray that I get to 80 and plus. My mother is 81 now, so I pray that I live up to that age and beyond. But we need to, when you're talking about people leading the Igbo nation, you have to get younger men or women who still have the energy in them to be able to drive the agenda of the Igbo nation. So there's no point in appointing an 80-year-old man as President General Ohaneze Ndigbo when you have people from the ages of 65 to 75 who have similar experience, similar stature, similar, even better worldview to choose from. So I'm advocating that we go for a generational shift and look one generation down or one decade down instead of going for the 80 plus, who should be sort of enjoying their retirement. Come down a bit to 65 to 75. I don't qualify, by the way, obviously, within that scale. So that's what I'm advocating. Yeah.
From AIT Studios in Abuja, Nigeria, this is the O&M Sunday Show with Obiora Ilo.
Hello and thanks for joining us. This is your show, the O&M Show on AIT. I am Obiora Ilo. Today on the program, we want to look at these agitations around the country. The most strident among them is that word restructuring, which we have pointed out here a couple of times, that if you have 1 million Nigerians and you say, tell me what restructuring is, you have 1 million different answers. Today we want to look at the relationship between restructuring and the economic challenges we are facing today. And what are the other reasons why there is so much agitation? You talk about IPOB, you talk about Biafra, you talk about Arewa, you talk about South-South groups. Almost in every part of Nigeria, you hear about these agitations. Today, we have the pleasure of tapping from the world of experience and knowledge of a man who has played a key role in Nigeria's economic development. Our guest today is former economic advisor to President Obasanjo. Currently, he is a director of the Institute for Development Studies at the University of Nigeria in Nsukka, Professor Osita Ogbu. Professor Ogbu will be joining me in a moment to look at some of these issues and other contemporary issues in our country today. But that will be after we take a short break. Don't go away.
Are you watching Nigeria's biggest late night show? In a recessed economy, an economy that had gone into recession through no fault of ours, but the fault of the previous government, who refused to save anything when they sold oil at $110 a barrel, and we are producing 2.2 million barrels our OPEC quota, full capacity, they saved nothing.
Change in the leadership in National Assembly is normal. It is not very abnormal. No. We are 109 in the Senate. Only 10 people are in the leadership. 99 are not in the leadership, and I'm not better than any of them.
I don't have issues. I don't have any strained relationship with the governor because I left PDP. PDP is dead. PDP is dead.
Poverty is inherited from one generation to another. And unless you do something from outside, an external support, those people will never leave poverty.
Giving out a welfare package, they've done the basic things. They are giving out something extra to uplift. We have not done the basic.
We know the sufferings of the people. We hear the cries of the people. We are sad about the hardships that they are going through. I can say from personal knowledge that that is one of the things dearest to the hearts of Mr. President.
Things are changing. Yes, to the ordinary man, it's difficult for you to see those changes because for now, those things that need to change gets back to the roots of a sustained fight against corruption. One of them is the need to change the laws.
When people say to me, Nigeria is non-negotiable, I say, please be careful what you say. The unity of Nigeria should not be negotiable. But the terms and conditions of staying together must be negotiated. It has always been negotiated.
O&M show with Obiora Ilo and Mahmoudia Koga. Tuesdays, 11 p.m. and on Sunday, 2 p.m.
If you're just joining us, this is the O&M show. And my guest, Professor Osita Ogbu, former economic advisor to President Olusegun Obasanjo, is joining me right away. Prof, you're welcome.
Thank you, Sida. Good to be back here again.
Yeah, glad to see you.
Yes, it's a pleasure.
So as I was saying when I started, if you talk to 1 million Nigerians and you ask what is restructuring or even ask why the agitation, you get almost 1 million answers. But in the course of the months and weeks that we've had guests on this program, you find out that majority of those that have been on the show are attributing the agitation to economic difficulties, the high cost of living and all that. Of course, I will ask you what restructuring means to you, but I don't want to ask that question right away. Let me start by asking you, what is the relationship between...
Thank you very much. I hope that I don't add to the complication.
No, I don't think so.
Because like you rightly said, this is a very emotive subject, is a current subject, is agitating the minds of many Nigerians. There seems to be some consensus around the need for restructuring, but then the definition of that restructuring is somewhat not agreed upon by many. It's becoming an elusive concept. But your question is, what is the relationship? I gave a lecture on June 15th, Chartered Institute of Bankers annual lecture this year, and the title was National Integration, Citizenship, and the Challenge of Economic Policymaking, addressing exactly the points, the question you have raised. That centrally the thesis is, in the absence of a shared vision of a nation, of a national ethos, of national integration, economic policy making becomes problematic. Because everything is seen from the lens of ethnic bias, subnational bias. Even the process of budgetary allocation and budget making takes a dimension that may not necessarily be in the interest of the nation. So, first thing first, the point being made is we have crafted a state, meaning even from 1914, the amalgamation was state making. The creation of states from 1219 to what we have now, 36, is state making. When you finish making the state, you must create the nation. And that's a more difficult task.
Can you break it down for us?
Yeah, I'm coming. So we have a state, but it looks like we don't have a nation. A nation exists when all the groups and the individuals submit themselves to that nation as belonging to a political community, a community of oneness, a community that cares, a civil public, if you may like. So one may be likened to a hardware and the other one a software. You have put the hardware in place. You need this. The software is actually quite difficult. To create citizenship that has emotional attachment to the state, that recognizes that we're all one, that what hurts one hurts another, that the progress of one is the progress of all. That path, I think, is still work in progress. And the reason the agitation has come is also because the current structure has not delivered. And so people are saying, maybe we assumed too much by giving too much powers to the federal government. Those who crafted the Constitution and gave power to the federal government were not foolish. They thought through. They thought that a strong government will create this second part, this software, nationhood. This nationhood. That if we have a national police, if we have federal roads all over, that we can create a sense of belonging for everyone. Obviously, that was the thinking. But the practice of it has come short. So you find that the state governments are the ones supporting national police at the state levels. You find that the state governments are the ones repairing federal roads. So the question has come, this structure has basically the dividends that Nigerians are clamoring for. And they look back and say, look, there was a time when we thought things were better, when we had a competitive federation, when the various regions built their universities, built their roads, had products that were exported and supported the federal government. Is it not time we looked at the structure again and see whether we could re-engineer the current existence and perhaps reduce the powers of the federal government? And there's some sense in it, that the devolution, as people call it, the fiscal federalism that allows the states more responsibilities and of course, more resources, control of assets within their territory, including mineral resources, the pursuit of economic activities as they seem fit. This whole idea that what is paid to someone in Nsukka, where I come from, is the same as the salary you pay someone in Lagos or Abuja that may be more expensive, that we need to look at all of that and look at the institutions that we have built over the years in delivering this. So, planning, it means there is a shared vision. There is an agreement that we are working towards agree. Because if you take the points being made about budget padding, that is a symptom of my backyard is the one I know. I don't know about this nation. Let me take care of my backyard. Even when a project might be in the national interest, the parochial interest will dominate, because we have not dealt with the software, the creation of this democratic citizenship and a nation that groups and individuals subscribe to.
Prof, what are the bottlenecks? You know, everybody's talking about this absence of nationhood, absence of a buy-in by the citizens into the nation called Nigeria, where they think as Nigerians and not as Igbos or Hausas or Southerners. What are the bottlenecks? What has made it increasingly impossible for Nigerians to have this sense of belonging and ownership of the nation called Nigeria?
You know, for buy-in to occur, there has to be equity, fairness, justice, inclusiveness. It's critical. I mean, that's the minimum. But underlining that is the absence of democratic citizenship. Who is a citizen of this country? And what are the rights and obligations? One of the points I like to make is that, you know, the burden of creating the Commonwealth must be shared. Just like the prosperity needs to be shared. There are two sides. You know, we must share the burden. You must share.
And everybody should be involved in that.
Yes. That's why one of the first duties of government is taxation. You tax people to generate revenue to do work, and at the same time, you give them social protection, protection of life and property. You give them a voice. So, what does democratic citizenship mean? It means that wherever I am in these sites, I'm not a stranger, I'm not a visitor. And the reason why this is important is that it helps to allay the fears of people that may be thinking, oh, if we devolve powers, we're going to lose. No. If Bayelsa controls oil and becomes prosperous and industries are booming, I from ENUGU can migrate to Bayelsa. And if we have established in our constitution that if I live in Bayelsa for 4 years, I have rights, responsibilities, as everyone else, as a resident of Bayelsa. So what does it really matter that Bayelsa is booming? I will relocate to Bayelsa and start enjoying the boom in Bayelsa. So citizenship, we have to define what it means. Residency. Because this promotion of indigenship has hurt us, which is at the heart of the question you are asking me. What has been
the bottleneck?
The bottleneck. That I was born here, my parents were born here, and I live here for 20 years, 30, 50, 60 years, and suddenly, if I want to be a counselor, I'm reminded that I'm not from here. I was born here, I live here, I go to the same school with everyone else, and suddenly I am told you have to behave differently, score differently before admission into certain. So those sorts of issues, those issues that are a motive that allows the group or person to submit to a nation that software, that citizenship rights that every Nigerian should have, wherever you are, we need to entrench it. Once you begin to entrench that, once people feel we are the same, and by the way, the responsibility is for all of us, whether in the private sector, whether in the public sector, because when we speak about leaders, people always think leaders are only those who occupy in political offices.
Political offices.
No. We're all leaders once you exhibit those attributes of leadership. And in our own small spheres, begin to make people feel part of this nation. I know that the top leadership has a role in creating that environment. I understand that. Because, I mean, that's what somebody like Mahathir Mohamad did in Bangladesh, in Malaysia. In fact, there was a time when he wanted to promulgate a major national plan. He said, this is a beautiful document, but let me first create a nation. So he put the document aside, and because they have Malays, Chinese, Indians, and others. And he said, we must recognize the diversity, but we must create one nation. So he called it Bangsa Malaysia. One united Malaysia, but diversified. So there is a buy-in. If we don't have that buy-in, that this national plan that I'm executing will really not produce the results that are desired. So I remember in 2012, I wrote an article published widely in this country that Jonathan should appoint a national coordinator for the North. And I reeled out between the North and the South. And I said, it is not a northern problem, it is our problem.
A Nigerian problem.
It is a national problem. Therefore, we should tackle it nationally. Many people were happy with the article. Of course, some people didn't like it. But that is how you create a sense that that which is problematic in a region is our problem, not their problem. So progress in one region is progress for us, for all. And if there are gaps in one region, we must make effort as a nation.
But does that not support what you insinuated when you talked about the hunger by some people, that we should go back to the regions, so that regions probably would address their own peculiar problems, that instead of one man sitting in Abuja and appointing a... Is it not?
No. By the way, I haven't discussed the regions. I didn't.
Well,
yeah, I didn't.
Okay, maybe not regions.
Yeah,
no,
I didn't talk about regions. The difference between what I'm saying is that even when you agree that you would devolve power, there is still a federal government.
Yeah.
That will still have a federal budget, and that federal budget can be an instrument for bridging gaps.
Okay.
Between states, between regions. But there has to be a shared vision that this problem is not their problem, but our problem. So I think the point I'm making, and you are bringing me back to, you have asked the question almost through the back door. Because I think, quite frankly, it will be difficult to go back to regions as they used to exist.
Yes.
And there is seeming consensus that the states should be the federating units, but with a lot more powers to do things. For instance, state police, like I said, control of minerals within their resources, making agricultural policies, educational policies as they deem fit, setting their own salaries, structure, and things that a true federal structure allows. I was talking about citizenship.
Yes.
You remember that George Bush has two sons, and one was governor of Texas, and one was governor of Florida.
Of Florida, yeah.
So even when we're not there yet, we must be moving towards that. Senator Clinton went to New York, bought a house, established residency, and became a senator representing New York. So if you have democratic citizenship, if you establish that, you're going to overcome a lot of things. Even when you devolve, doesn't mean the nation doesn't see a crisis in one area and goes to address it as a nation.
Yeah, because if you're using the United States as a model, you see when they have natural disasters, the federal government intervenes.
Exactly. Even in the development of technology. You know, the shale rock is in North Dakota and the surrounding states. But it was federal government investment in the science and technology that enabled them to produce the technology that cracked the shale oil. No one said, oh no, you know, it's going to benefit North Dakota, and maybe they didn't even vote for us. No, nobody said that. It is in the interest of the nation. We want cheap oil. We want substitute to oil from OPEC. Therefore, we are going to invest federal resources. It doesn't matter where this is located, because at the end of the day, it is for the benefit of all.
From what you're saying, some of the things you're advocating will need something like a constitutional review.
Yeah.
And that leads us to the big debate.
Yes.
How do you go about it?
No, quite.
Are you going through the National Assembly that some Nigerians say, oh, we don't believe in them, they are not sincere, we can't trust them with our future and all that? Or do you convoke another kind of conference? I mean, that's also part of the debate.
It is part of the debate, and is legitimate in the sense that ordinarily you would have a constituent assembly to look at producing a new constitution. But people are mindful of the cost as well. But having said that, a thorough review of the Constitution would be useful.
Using the National Assembly?
You can use the National Assembly. But ideally, you should constitute a Constituent Assembly. But let me even say this. The 2014 confab has a lot of interesting things in it. Why haven't we can set up a committee that can begin to look at both the 1995 report, 2014 report. There are so many reports. Nigerians have, intelligent Nigerians gathered around the table in a hall, especially in 2014. Every article, every issue was by consensus.
But the party today, the ruling party today, never believed in that conference and actually refused to be part of it.
No, but what can be done is that I hear there's a committee they have set up. That committee can look at, don't throw away the baby with the bathwater. Let's look at what is good within the report, because we must move the country forward. You see, part of what is holding us back is this primordial attachments. You know, we are not sure where the nation is going. We are not sure, let me protect my backyard, and so the national interest suffers. So the current agitation, the current debate is useful as part of the democratic process in allowing people to express themselves. But this expression has to be organized. And this expression has to be intelligent. And this expression has to be without hate. And this expression has to be in the context of building one nation. Because I think, for me, the pride of being a Nigerian has always been there. But we must tell ourselves the home truth that there are things that are not working well. Look at the many institutions we have in the federal government, for instance. Because you're asking me the link between structure and delivery of economic dividend. We have zillions of parastatals that every year we allocate money to. But who checks what has been delivered? Are they meeting their objectives? Is there value for money?
But you don't need a constitutional
no.
conference or whatever to do that.
You don't. But you need the will that understands that this nation needs to survive. The will that understands that you can't continue to spend 90% of your budget
on consumption,
on recurrent overhead, personnel, because you need money for capital investment.
So are you talking about the weight of government?
The weight is there. The inefficiency is there. The overpopulation of the civil service is there. The lack of accountability, meaning when I give you money, what are you delivering? Is there an alternative way of actually getting value for that money? I know in countries like UK, every 5 years or so, they set up a committee that reviews whether this institution we set up, has it outlived its usefulness? If it has not, if there are still services that they are producing, can that services be rendered by a private sector, or can it be rendered by another institution? Because institutions can actually rise, die, and regenerate, or new ones come up. One of the things I would like to see in this country, because I told you, creating citizenship, creating a nation requires a lot of work, is to see a National Integration Commission that on a constant basis reminds us of the duties, responsibilities of citizenship, as well as responsibilities of the state.
What is NOA? I mean, is it not the duplication you're talking about?
I'm not sure this is part
National
of their
Orientation Agency.
I'm not. If it is part of their mandate, well, it hasn't really been effective. Maybe it hasn't been funded to the extent, or it hasn't been manned to the extent that they are pushing this serious agenda in the minds of citizens. That look, forget about, it's not a matter of forget where you come from. It is, I know where I come from. I know who I am. But there is something about this country that I am deriving benefit from. Unless you create that, unless groups, because what happens is that we all run back to groups for protection. If we feel threatened, if we feel alienated, if you feel that I don't seem to be part of this agenda.
Prof, but when you talk about things like this, and my question would be, is it an agency thing? Can an agency change all that? Taking cognizance of the fact that an Obasanjo becomes president, and some Nigerians think that this Obasanjo has favored some parts of the country. And a Buhari becomes president, and some Nigerians feel that this Buhari is discriminatory. A governor takes office in a state and then concentrates more on his own senatorial zone and stuff like that. Is it not something that we can change by do what I do and not do what I say?
You're coming to the point I made earlier, that when you create a state, you need to create a nation. So we've been in the business of state creation, state crafting, as you call it. Nation building takes a while and takes concerted effort.
Is it not a leadership thing?
It is both leadership. That's why I made sure the point about leadership.
Yes, more of a leadership thing.
It is both leadership, it is also institutional. Meaning we need a constant, whenever you have a problem, by the way, you create institutions to solve that problem. You don't just create institutions for creating sake. So you have corruption problems, so you said I need the FCC, I need ICPC. So the terrorists struck America, they said no, we need Homeland Security. So once you have to identify that this is a problem, that national integration has not occurred. And by the way, if you look carefully, we have created certain institutions for national integration, but how have we used them? For instance, the National Youth Service Corps. Essentially.
Federal Character Commission.
An instrument for national integration. You go somewhere else and understand and live with some other group for 1 year, it begins to open your mind about this, what these people are, so that your biases, your perceptions about them sort of dealt with. You begin to see these people in a different light. So you have the federal government colleges, unity schools. They
were called, yes.
So, but we have not used them in a manner in which they are supposed to be used. So, an agency of that nature reminds the president, because he should really be under the presidency, that the symbol of national unity is the president, and the entire nation is the president's constituency. And once you no income tax, I can migrate from Maryland and go and live in Texas, and I'll still enjoy that no income tax. So think about it. A Nigerian goes to US. A Nigerian is born in US. The father may have a residence, a house in the US. Once you can establish I have an address, my father pays tax, you start enjoying the benefit
of the city or
of,
the state.
Of the state you are in. The other day, I was reading that there was congratulatory message to Nigerians that were elected in
the UK.
The UK Parliament. I said, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Nigerians were not elected in UK Parliament. British citizens were elected
with Nigerian ancestry.
Yeah, you know, it's like saying Obama is from Kenya. I mean, how? They have settled that issue of citizenship.
Someone said, I wouldn't say someone said, we had the former governor of ENUGU State on this program, yes, Sullivan Chime, and addressing the same kind of question that you're addressing right now. He said, look, we have to do away with forms that we fill for passports and all that. We have to do away with, I am from so-and-so state, I am of so-and-so religion. That these were the things that continue to draw the country back. Did you subscribe to that?
That's part of what I'm discussing, that the state you are from is the state in which you reside. And have and the Constitution gives you the right, and they have resided over the years. Americans will tell you, I am originally from Mississippi, but I'm now from New York. Maybe his origin, his parents, and so on. I just give you an example of two brothers. One was the governor of this, Texas, the other governor of Florida. So those are the sensitivities we must address our minds to, that there is one country, but we take it step at a time. This thing has to be built, confidence has to be built. People must realize that there's nothing they are really losing, that all of us will gain, because the prosperity of one is the prosperity of another. Let's take even economic activities. If there's leather in Kano, and there's furniture making in Edo, wood is in Edo, leather is in Kano. So if you promote indigenous furniture, by definition, you've started promoting a certain amount. Why are you, in fact, shortchanging yourself by saying so-called non-indigenous should leave, so that you will use people who are less qualified to teach your own children? Are you not shortchanging yourself? Why are we sending our kids abroad so that they are taught by world-class professors? So if there are world-class professors within the same nation, wouldn't you like to get them into your own fold? So that's why I said we need a broader discussion, education, to understand that one is the creation of the structure, which is state-making. Two is that we must work on the software, the creation of the submission of groups and citizens to this nation, so that they have an emotional connection and establish a sense of oneness.
Prof, restructuring means cessation to some people. Restructuring means groups can leave the nation or leave the country. IPOP, for instance, they are promoting a cessation of a group there, of a certain geopolitical area that they say is Biafra. Is that by any means a solution to the agitations we have in the country?
No, restructuring must be separated from secession. My understanding is that restructuring assumes that this nation should exist as it is. I have said that my understanding and preference is that the states become the federating units,
yeah,
with autonomy, with devolution, with rights over certain resources within their territory. And so secession is a different ballgame. Secession is we want to opt out. But in a democratic setting, it is one is always given that avenue. As you can see, whether it is in the UK or in, what is it called? Canada. Every once in a while, the Quebec will say we want to do a referendum.
Yeah. So whether we want to still
whether
remain.
we want to remain in Canada or not. They are given a chance. So, you know.
But I don't know whether our constitution supports that.
No, our constitution doesn't support that. In UK, you've seen that a couple of times with Scotland and so on. So countries have written constitutions that allow for it. But these things come because of certain reasons. And that's why I said once you begin to address the issues of national integration and address the issue of citizenship, you might begin to see these things disappear.
Okay, Prof. Let's talk about today, the economy in Nigeria.
Yeah.
You know, when we started, I pointed out that some people say that has also increased the momentum of agitations. You know, because people can no longer meet their economic needs, can't meet their health bills, can't provide food for their children, may not be able to pay school fees as they used to, you know, and then everybody starts getting irritated and asking questions. Why are we here? Why is this going on? You know, the way we hear experts like you didn't say so, but experts like you, professors and people that are versed in the economic terrain, say that Nigeria is getting out of recession. The recession will soon end and all that. We've also seen a situation where the Naira, over a long time, is gaining some strength, even though in the past couple of days and weeks, it has, you know, what the central bank is doing, you know, pumping foreign exchange to the foreign exchange market, is it an enduring cure for the challenge we are having?
You know, the challenge is real. When I had the privilege to sit in the Federal Executive Council, I know a couple of former ministers, when I called them up, they would say, Osita, jobs, jobs, and more jobs. Because it seemed like that's what I used to say each time we had discussions at the Federal Executive Council or in committee meetings. You know, these jobs and absence of jobs for the youth, nothing can be higher on the agenda. The truth of the matter is that you have to grow the economy. And the truth of the matter is that the economy was growing, but it was not a shared prosperity. People who know me know that I believe that shared prosperity can only come from industrialization that is driven by manufacturing sector. It is the manufacturing sector that has the capacity to transform or to uplift millions of poor people out of poverty. You know, a lot of Nigerians are working, but they are working poor. trapped in low productivity, low wage professions. And so if you don't have a modernized manufacturing sector that can attract this mass of people, by the way, the evidence is everywhere. In India, in China, in Malaysia, in wherever. The manufacturing sector contribution to the gross domestic product must be close to 30% before you begin to see real change in the lives of people. Because you see, the so-called informal sector is not able to raise the productivity. And if you don't raise productivity, you can't raise income. It is, the informal sector is not able to absorb technology, it's not able to use technology that raises that productivity. So we can't continue to fantasize about one person business, two person business.
The government has to invest.
Not only invest, direct
there
through
must be
policies.
A kind of okay, yeah.
That here are our priorities. Here is the direction we think things should go. Here are the incentives we provide. Industrial policy is real. It's not, and it requires serious coordination of both state and federal assets. Meaning, I see an industrial policy written without major input from Science and Technology Ministry, and I say, how? I see even agencies under the Ministry of Industry maybe pursuing an agenda that is not coordinated with the industrial policy. I see the customs, maybe the agenda not tallying. So it requires serious coordination, because coordination failure is a major impediment to economic progress. And this coordination happens at the highest level. There are assets of federal government that we must put to serve certain things. For instance, if you take the budget, you can have 100 naira and split it all over the places and nothing is produced. It might be the need that this year, next year, let's really tackle A, B, C, D. You know, even the budgeting process.
And you put money in that area or that sector.
And deliver it. One of the things I was going to suggest is that we need an infrastructure bill. This is irrespective of the ministry. Whether it is transport, works, housing, an infrastructure bill that says, here is the deficit, here is the amount of resources that the government can muster, here is the gap that we must seek for either from international lenders or donors, and we begin to address this infrastructure deficit as a collective. It's a bill that can be passed in the National Assembly that allows for quicker ways of doing things, for a better. For instance, you're doing Abuja-Lokoja Road for 16 years.
And it's not completed.
How? It is because of the budgeting process. This year, somebody might forget to put a certain amount in the budget for it.
Or probably some money is put, nobody supervises it to ensure the milestones.
Yeah, but I do know that sometimes even for a year or two, you might not. So, but we need to rethink that whole process.
Prof, you know, you talked about manufacturing, and some people, I'm taking you back to the monetary policy, what we see the central bank doing, for instance, that what could grow the economy and strengthen the Naira? It's not this kind of fire brigade infusion of surplus, in quotes now, my words, surplus foreign exchange to douse the demand and supply politics of the money. That probably an enduring industrial policy that takes care of more jobs for more Nigerians, more quality employment, could actually do well, maybe in the long run. So Where do you stand in this intervention by the central bank?
You know, the more you ask me, the more I go back to the issue of a sense of shared vision, a sense of nation. Because even the industrial policy must be underpinned by that sense. That if I go to Newi and I assist in nursing manufacturing, I'm not assisting in nursing, I'm assisting the country. It has to be understood. And so rather than seeking for equivalence, meaning, if I must go to Ibadan, I must therefore find another in Yola or somewhere to
have a balance.
Or in ENUGU or in Abia so that I can have a... No. There are affirmative actions that affirm and must be promoted. But there are affirmative actions that bring down the national interest. So, in the point you're making, it's not just simply manufacturing. It is that we need to improve the productivity of this manufacturing. We need to make them competitive so that we can export and begin to earn foreign exchange. But it requires a coordinated support from both federal and state. And remember, I keep talking about states too, because sometimes this burden is not shared. I would like the National Economic Council, for instance, to be a forum where states are called upon to come and debate their own state industrial policy. And where the federal government can now partner with each state and say, look, this is a cashew belt, this is a granite belt, this is a certain another mineral belt. There must be key industry located in your state for which the federal government, the private sector, the state can partner.
Okay. Prof, in rounding off, what, I mean, you were economic advisor, so I'm not going to say if you are economic advisor. I'm just going to say, as a concerned Nigerian, a professional, an expert in development studies, in the economy and all that, in very few sentences, what should we as a country be doing now to get out from all these challenges that we're facing, economic, political, and all that?
No, first thing first, we need to build this nation. We need to create a sense that we are all in it. We need a fair, equitable, and just country where all of us can submit ourselves to, whether as groups or as individuals. It is the first order of business, upon which many other things thrive.
So that's, that's the foundation.
That's the foundation. So even, that's why I said the challenge of economic policy making arises because this shared vision is lacking. So leaders must retrace their steps, all of us, and ask questions. And that's why the discussion around restructuring is also fundamental. That we need to create buy-in, that everybody is comfortable, have a sense of belonging, and that this is a structure that makes them...
Even if they don't get everything they want.
No, they can't get everything.
Of course.
Nobody gets everything they want. And we must also take steps to allay fears. To say, no, those fears are actually not quite justified. That the evolution doesn't mean that you're going to lose out completely. So that is important. In addition to, of course, you can't wait, because national integration is not a one-day business. In the meantime, you must pursue institutional efficiency that delivers the good. If you don't have a good civil service, sharp, well-trained, in fact, we were just coming from a conference where the one minister from Singapore was telling us that they compete with the private sector for people entering the civil service. That is how competitive it is.
So it means they will be well paid.
They are well paid. They are not too many. That the rationalization becomes extremely important in establishing the efficiency of these institutions.
Thank you, Prof, for all your insight. I think that the big takeaway here today is we have to have a shared vision of nationhood. A buy-in, we take it as our own, and nobody's threatened under that kind of arrangement. Prof, thanks a lot for coming on the show. I've been speaking with Professor Ositobu, former economic advisor to President Olusegun Obasanjo, and the Director Institute for Development Studies at the University of Nigeria in Nsukka. I am Obiora Ilo. Thanks for investing your time with us, and let's do it again, same time next week.
From AIT Studios in Abuja, Nigeria, this is the O&M Sunday Show with Obiora Ilo.
The dread alarm for where we are staying now has been sounded very, very many years ago. If you take a retrospective view of our nation, you remember we had a first republic that had vision. We had the likes of Sadana of Sokoto, we have Tafawa.
Welcome to Signature TV News. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, ENUGU uncovers 2,640 ghost pensioners pay 7,000 retirees. 2 abductors of 20 medical students in police net. Hundreds battle wildfires in Crimea. And Malaysia ex-PM Hun Din faces sedition charge. Stay with us. The Enugu State Government says it has commenced the payment of pensions to retired local government workers. Statement by the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Chidebere Onya, said over 7,000 eligible pensioners had received their payment following a thorough biometric verification process. Onya said the verification exercise conducted by the Local Government Pensioners Biometric Verification Committee and identified and eliminated 2,640 ghost and deceased pensioners who are still receiving payments. The move, they said, was part of the administration's efforts to clear outstanding pensions and gratuities inherited from previous governments and ensure that legitimate retirees receive their deserved benefits. He added that a total of 7,109 local government pensioners received monthly payments of close to £500 million naira in July, including 989 newly captured entrants who retired between April 2022 and April 2024, but were not accommodated in the pension scheme. The SSG, who frowned at the level of fraud in the pension system, said the record provided by the Local Government Pension Board indicated that the state had been paying over 8,760 local government retirees as of April 2024. This against the 7,109 verified pensioners. The Anambra State Government says it will take necessary action to address the fight and alleged strangulation that occurred between the Permanent Secretary of the State Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Welfare, Mrs. Chinwe Achubu, and one of the female heads of department in the ministry whose identity is yet to be ascertained. Achubu was one of the new permanent secretaries recently appointed by the state governor, Professor Chukwuma Soludo. The fight between the two senior officials happened on Thursday, August 15, in the office during an argument over a yet-to-be-disclosed matter which led to one of them strangling the other person into a state of coma. Although the cause of a fight had not been fully ascertained, reports have it that it took the intervention of some persons around the ministry who separated the two persons before normalcy returned to the ministry. According to the report, the Permanent Secretary inflicted severe injuries on the HOD, who was immediately rushed to the emergency ward of a Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University Teaching Hospital, Amakwuoka, before she was resuscitated. When contacted on the issue, the head of service, Theodora Igwebe, said she was aware of a reported fight at the ministry through social media, but had yet to officially been briefed on what happened. Igwebe vowed to take action after an investigation and findings had been concluded on the matter, saying that he had not received a formal report against the permanent secretary in question as provided by Section 7, Chapter 10 of the Public Service Rules 2021. Commissioner for Women Affairs and Social Welfare, Ifio Binabo, on our part, could not be reached for comments on the development, as messages and calls to a telephone line were not responded to. The indefinite strike action embarked upon by the Anambra State branch of the Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, has been called off. In a statement signed by the chairman, Dr. Prince Nokam, and secretary, Dr. Ifeanyi Obieli, on Sunday, the association said the decision followed the release of Dr. Stephen Eze, a private practitioner based in Ihiala, kidnapped since 15th August 2024. NMA appreciated the people of Anambra for bearing with them through the trying times, praying that such tribulation does not arise again. The release further directs that clinical services resume at 8 a.m. on Sunday, August 25. Recall that the kidnap led the NMA to direct its members to down tools on August 22nd after issuing a prior 48-hour ultimatum, which was observed in full by doctors in private and government employ, thus worsening the cases of patients that needed treatment. The details of how Dr. Eze was released by his abductors are not readily available as at the time of this report. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors declared a 7-day warning strike over the abduction of Dr. Ganiat Popola, who was kidnapped nearly 8 months ago at the National Eye Center in Kaduna. NARD President Dr. Dele Abdullahi said the strike will begin Monday, August 26th. Abdullahi said the decision was made during an emergency National Executive Council meeting. Popola, a registrar in the Department of Ophthalmology at the National Eye Center, Kaduna, was abducted on December 27, 2023, along with her husband and nephew. While her husband was released in March, Popola and her nephew remained in captivity. Members of NARD had protested in all tertiary hospitals across the nation to demand Dr. Popola's release. The Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria on Sunday described the state of the nation as worrisome, noting that Nigeria is presently sitting on a ticking time bomb under President Bola Tinubu. The Catholic body of bishops also said that as long as the issues of poverty, hardship and corruption continue to be in the lungs of Nigerians, the nation should be ready to contend with more protest. They also expressed grave concern about the nation's growing debt burden, adding that servicing huge debts to international monetary agencies and sourcing for funds internally to balance budget deficit led to the economic reforms of a president consisting mainly in the withdrawal of fuel subsidies and floating the naira. President of a Catholic body, who is the Archbishop of Owerri and the President of the Catholic Bishop Conference of Nigeria, Most Reverend Lucius Ugoji, stated this in his welcome address at the opening session of the 2024 Second Plenary Assembly of CBCN, taking place in Auchi, Esako West local government area of Edo State. While declaring the conference open, Ugoji said the future of the nation depends on how the challenges bedeviling the nation are tackled, expressing optimism that a trust in God will transform the country. The National Assembly Southeast Caucus has urged tertiary institutions in the zone to comply with a verification request of the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NEL Fund, for disbursement of loan to students. The caucus, with its leaders, Senator Ainaya Baribe and Representative Igariwe Duma Enwo, made a call in a statement in Abuja on Sunday. It said that a verification would allow students from institutions in the Southeast Zone to benefit from the national program. The caucus said that it had observed the absence of beneficiaries from the Southeast tertiary institutions in the list of beneficiaries of a student's loan being disbursed by NELFund. According to the caucus, out of the 2.9 billion naira already disbursed to 27,667 students from 19 institutions in the country, Southeast high institutions are conspicuously missing from the list. It said that NELFund, in its defense, had stated that absence of beneficiaries of Southeast institutions was because the institutions were yet to respond to NELFund's request for verification of lists sent to the institutions. Caucus therefore encouraged all students in the region who needed the support to ensure they apply for the loan. It said that this would help ameliorate some of the challenges limiting access to higher education, self-development, and growth. The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, said that a notorious kidnap kingpin was killed and 2 abductors were arrested during an operation to rescue the 20 abducted medical students. Speaking while handing over the students to the Vice Chancellors in Abuja, Egbetokun added that the arrest suspects were in custody. Egbetokun said the students, 5 other passengers and 2 other victims were already in the captivity of the kidnappers, were on August 22nd rescued for a successful operation by the Nigerian police. Said a successful rescue of the 27 individuals was achieved without the payment of any ransom, and that the rescue operation was painstakingly difficult and complex, involving the deployment of massive forces. In their remarks, the Vice Chancellors of the 2 universities commended the Nigerian police and other security agencies for the successful rescue of the students unhurt and without payment of ransom. The Kaduna State Police Command has arrested 2 cattle rustlers and 2 notorious gun runners, while also foiling a kidnapping attempt in separate operations across the state. The command's public relations officer, Mansuri Hassan, ASP, added that the police apprehended Aminu Saleh and Jaffa Ibrahim, both members of a syndicate responsible for rustling cattle from innocent farmers in Kasuwa Magana area of Kujama. In a related development, Hassan, in a statement issued on Sunday, said operatives also foiled a kidnapping attempt and arrested 3 suspects who were demanding a ransom of 10 million naira from the victim. He continued that the police arrested 2 suspects involved in supplying arms and ammunition to kidnappers operating in Kaduna, Katsina, and Zamfara states. According to him, a fabricated AK-47 rifle and 5 rounds of 9mm live ammunition were recovered during the operation. Police spokesman quoted the State Commissioner of Police, Audu Ali Dabigi, to have commended the operators for their efforts and urged the public to remain vigilant and report any suspicious activities to the nearest police station. Reassured residents of the command's commitment to dismantling criminal networks and ensuring the safety and well-being of all citizens across the state. The Federal Capital Territory Commissioner of Police, Bennett Igwe, has vowed to apprehend the members of Islamic Movement of Nigeria, popularly known as Shiite, responsible for the gruesome murder of his personnel. According to the CP, 2 police officers were killed and 4 police officers, including a female, were unconscious at a hospital. He added that 3 police vehicles were burnt by the Shiite members. Addressing journalists on Sunday night, CP said Shiite members had provoked the police by attacking them. He vowed to hunt all responsible for the dastardly act. Igwe denied the police attacked the Shiite members, insisting that the attack on his men was unprovoked. Igwe said 52 Shiite members are in custody. The Nigerian Air Force on Sunday said several terrorists were killed during an air interdiction on the Malum Forest in Kaduna State. Most of the terrorists are responsible for recent attacks on civilians, abductions, and cattle rustling within the Shiroro local government area of Niger State. A statement by NAF spokesman Air Vice Marshal Edward Gabwecht said the operation was carried out on Saturday, August 24, by the air component Operation Wild Punch. He said in response to the recent upsurge of terrorist activities, targeting innocent civilians in Niger State, the air component of Operation World Punch has continued in its efforts to track, locate, and eliminate terrorists responsible. Intelligence gathered and revealed that most of the terrorists responsible for recent attacks on civilians, abductions, and cattle rustling within Shiroro local government area of Niger State were domiciled in Kaduna State. Additional intelligence further revealed that the sightings of these terrorists as they relocated from Alawa Forest in Niger State after their enforced activities to their stronghold in Malum Forest in Igabi local government area of Kaduna State. Government noted that the battle damage revealed that several of the terrorists were killed as a result of a strike. It said consequently the air component planned, executed an air interdiction mission on the terrorist stronghold at Malum Forest. Government also said similar strikes were carried out in the Maradun local government area of Zamfara State. Coming up, Ganduje congratulates Uzodinma and Ododo on Supreme Court victory. Infrastructure development stimulates economic growth. Senator. Details shortly. The National Chairman of the ruling All Progressive Congress, Dr. Abdullahi Ganduje, has held Friday's judgment of Supreme Court affirming the election victories of Imo Governor Hope Uzodinma and his Kogi counterpart, Usman Ododo. This was disclosed in a statement issued on Sunday by Ganduje's Chief Press Secretary, Edwin Olofu. The two-term governor of Kano State said the landmark judgment was not only a testament to the confidence Imo and Kogi people have in the party and its candidates, but also reaffirmation of the rule of law and integrity of Nigeria's judicial system. The APC national chairman further stated that the ruling party is proud of exceptional leadership displayed by both governors in the respective states. Ganduje commended the Supreme Court for its thorough and unbiased adjudication, which has further strengthened the democratic fabric of a nation. He urged both Governors Uzodinma and Ododo to continue their outstanding work in delivering the dividends of democracy to the people of their state and to uphold the values and principles that the APC stands for. An agriculturist, Mr. Ibrahim Olayeni, has called on Lagos residents to embrace urban farming and promote agricultural practice to increase food production in the state. Olayeni made a call during a program organized by the Lagos State Muslims community titled Mosque Documentation in conjunction with market convenience. According to Olayeni, who is a staff of the Lagos State Ministry of Agriculture, said that urban farming involved taking advantage of little space and mega resource facilities to practice agriculture and enhance food production. He said some benefits of urban farming included increased food production, provision of job opportunities, as well as efficient use of little spaces available. The expert said that urban farming would also attract young people to farming activities, which would in turn enhance learning and innovation in modern agricultural practices. Said that crops majorly planted in urban farming are leafy vegetables, which includes soko, tete, ewedu, spring onion, and lettuce. Olayenu said that fruit vegetables like tomatoes, pepper, carrot, onion, okra, pepper, cabbage, and crops like yam could also be planted in urban farming. Said that communities which engage in urban farming could form cooperatives and register with relevant government agencies and ministry to attract recognition and other benefits. Olayeni encouraged residents to approach any agricultural training centers in Lagos State, like the Farm Service Center, Koba, Agege. Also speaking, the convener of the program, Alhaji Adele Sani, urged Muslims to organize themselves and purchase foodstuff in bulk to ease food hardship in the council. A Muslim scholar, Alhaji Tajuddin Uzamat, urged the Muslim community to engage in urban farming, saying it could assist government to reduce food hardship in the country. The federal government says it will support states affected by a flood with 3 billion naira to mitigate the effect of a menace. Wale Edu, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of Economy, disclosed this while interacting with journalists at Government House in Kebbi on Sunday. The minister spoke shortly after inspecting some areas affected by a flood in Kebbi. Edu said it would announce the National Economic Council has been proactive and has taken action in order to support all the states of the Federation and the FCT with 3 billion naira to mitigate the effect of flood this year. And this will put many states like Kebbi in a good position to be able to prepare their farmers importance of dry season farming, which they anticipate will be successful, well planned and well implemented. Said this would lead to success, paving way for food availability at reasonable and affordable prices, adding that it will lower inflation and help to further stabilize the economy. Expressed President Bola Tinubu's willingness to assist them to maintain its level of security, resilience, and to improve and increase its productivity and become the food basket of Nigeria. Also speaking, the Minister of Economic Planning, Senator Atiku Bagudu, lamented that the flooding had affected many local governments beyond what he saw when he visited the areas recently. He, however, commended the resilience and confidence of Kebbi people, assuring that they will be mobilized to do better during the dry season. The minister said apart from the 3 billion naira, federal government had approved a renewed Hope Infrastructure Fund that will be used to fund it, among other things, the Badagry-Sokoto Road. The Chairman, Senate Committee on Appropriation and Senator representing Ogun West, Olamilekun Adeola, has said investment in infrastructure, especially in providing a good network of roads, will stimulate economic growth and transformation. Adeola, in a statement on Sunday by his media advisor, Kayode Odunaro, said his determination to focus on road reconstruction in the senatorial district was to further boost economic growth in the area and allow for unhindered movement of people and goods and services. Adeola was said to have facilitated the construction of 13 road projects, which were part of his delivery in 1 year as lawmaker representing Ogun West, while about 20 others ongoing were said to be at various stages of completion. The Onipokia of Ipokia, Oba Yisa Olania, commended the senator for facilitating the project, added that the lawmakers' representation has brought about a lot of socio-economic development to the senatorial district. Residents of Thinkers Corner, ENUGU, have called on the state government to come to their rescue and rehabilitate most of the internal roads in the area. Those who spoke to correspondent Chinemere Mikegbonam lamented the harm done to their vehicles as a result of the deplorable condition of the roads. They particularly drew attention to portions of Alo Street, especially the spot in front of the Ojus Okalu estate, which is said has become almost impossible.
Sullivan did some portion of the road, and then after, it was out of pressure that the one between that express junction and that point there was done by Buruburu. The transporters mounted pressure because then it was difficult accessing Thinkers Corner from that angle. But eventually he did it up to this point and stopped. But the ray of hope now is that I listened to the news the other day, the roads program of His Excellency Governor Mba, that he included Thinkers Corner. I hope part of what we are doing now, we ginger them up. The roads are not terribly bad, they're not good enough for the kind of citizens and for the kind of promises they have in their manifesto when they were campaigning.
They observed that the road, if put in good shape, will be a major bypass that will decongest the ever-busy Abapa Junction, as those traveling to a narrow triangle area of the state could easily use the road.
the bad road we are facing here is too much and is spoiling people's cars plenty. Like some place now, some people's car is being come and hang on the road. Not, you can't move less they can look for people to push it out to, so you understand. So this is how we are facing this. And the road every time is like this Ozuzokalo street is can't work as people think. Like every time water is following there. Even for drying season, that place is can't dry. So every time the road has fallen more.
If you go some places, you will see say they are working on the roads. But these thinkers corner, like government, they are not passing here to see how that thinkers corner road is. See university for up there and see road. The road is very bad. It's not good. See school close. There's one big school in this place. See AC drugs here and see road. They are not living in a good road. The road is very. Any car that come here now, unless somebody will find someone to help him to push the car. Any person will come here and say he want to use leg, unless he go wait for keke carry and cross before he go where they go. Because this road is.
They lamented the plight of commuters and drivers plying the roads, as well as those whose schools, churches, businesses, homes are located. The Abakpatinkas Corner Emene Airport Road has severally appeared on a list of roads slated for rehabilitation by the ENUGU state government. But serious work has never been done on the road, whose condition has been worsened by lack of drainage channels. The royal family of late traditional ruler of Adoachi in Oje River local government area, Ohaboenyi Vincent Ilo, on Sunday marked the 61st wedding anniversary of the late Igwe and his heartthrob, Lolo Rosalind Ilo. The event, which was traditionally held at the country home of the Ilo family, shifted to the Enugu residence of a matriarch, and unlike in the past, when it was an occasion for the immediate family, signature family and immediate neighbor of Mama took part in this year's celebrations.
It fell on the particular day that my parents wedded 65 years ago, on the 25th of August, 1963. Was when they got married, so today is the 61st anniversary. We used to celebrate it with our father until 2016, when he passed away. But as long as I remember, we always had something like this, even when we were very little. He would invite his own sisters and brothers and extended family. Most times, we usually do it in the village. It's actually done in our village, not any other place. So, and before he died, he insisted that even if it was one person remaining, that this day must be observed. We call it our family birthday. So I welcome all of you. We didn't plan anything. It was just what when my father was around, we used to celebrate it with. We normally won't invite people, but people from everywhere in the village knew that day they will always come. So there was no invitation or whatever. But you know, the signature people have become part of our family now. So that's why we are letting you into this family. Hallelujah.
It was a moment for praise and thanksgiving as the joy of Mama Nino Band. The eldest son and president of Signature TV said his late father and wife built a unique family and prepared all their children for great success in life.
8 years ago. And our mom has remained strong. A constant reminder of the values they instilled in us growing up. She's not as strong as she used to be, just like Joe Biden told Americans. He said, I don't debate as I used to debate. I don't walk as I used to walk. But you know one thing? Something I did, I still do, and I'll continue to do. I tell the truth. You didn't see the video. Well, even though she can't walk around like she used to walk and all that, she's still a reminder to the values that are very important in every family for us. And I think that both of them were very successful parents. We were 6. One has left us. But those remaining include me. And I don't think I've done badly.
Vinmert Inobiorilo, while appreciating his beloved mother for being the late father's backbone and making sure that his siblings were all successful, asked God for more years upon his mother's life.
Your husband did for us.
Thank you.
We are not in any way ungrateful. But we're even more grateful to God that you're still with us and that you're still on this journey with us. And we are Oliver Twist. We continue to ask God that He must keep you for many more years to see us grow, because we are still growing. So we thank God for our mom, for the gift of life, and we continue to pray that the good Lord will protect her, protect the family, give her a long life. I was just telling my story when I was still a junior seminarian. I go governor parish, but I'm on my watch was in a parish. Yes, what many as a man. So I will never forget that. That was so many years ago. Oh, Bonaka, oh, Sebroa, Can you translate in English for those that are not?
Okay. When that alone the summary of the prayer is that is a song we say to hand our family over to God. Yes. That we hand everything over to Him, because we know there's no power that is greater than His. That's the summary.
He shared beautiful moments with his family, spiritual fathers, friends, colleagues, and well wishers commemorate his late father's birthday and 61st wedding anniversary. The Securities and Exchange Commission has encouraged investors to take advantage of a revamped e-dividend portal to mandate their accounts and emphasizing the platform's security and user-friendliness. The SEC Director General, Imomotime Agama, highlighted the portal as a secure means for investors to manage their dividends and mitigate the growing issue of unclaimed dividends. Agama stated that the portal is fully protected against cybersecurity threats and accessible through the SEC's official website or the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System platform. He also warned against using unofficial sites, advising investors to only use the SEC's websites for accessing the e-dividend portal. Addressing concerns about the requirement for bank verification numbers on the portal, the SEC Director General explained that a BVN remains the most reliable method for verifying investors' identities in the financial sector. Members of the Mexican judiciary and the civil society marched on Sunday to protest against the controversial judicial reform proposed by outgoing President Andrés Manuel López Obrador. Protesters gathered in downtown Mexico City with flags, signs, and chants accusing the president of intending to erase independence from the justice system. Controversial reform by which judges, including Supreme Court justices, will be elected by popular vote is a top priority for Lopez Obrador, who argues it will help combat impunity and corruption. Opponents of reform say the popular election of judges will end merit-based career paths and make the judiciary even more vulnerable to outside influence such as from political parties or even organized crime groups. Mexico's electoral authority on Friday confirmed that the ruling party, Morena, and its allies would hold a two-thirds supermajority in the lower house, but fall just short of a supermajority in the Senate when the new legislative term begins in September. The supermajority would ease the path to pass a series of constitutional changes, including the reform. Business news now.
Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu has launched the renewed Hope Initiative Economic Empowerment Program to support women petty traders across the country. She flagged off the disbursement of a 50,000 naira business capital grant to 37,000 women, with the first phase taking place in Asaba, Delta State, where 1,000 women traders benefited. The Economic Empowerment Program is designed to assist women in overcoming the challenges facing small and medium enterprises, SMEs, particularly in the informal sector, which forms the backbone of Nigeria's local economies. The grant aims to help petty traders grow their businesses, create more jobs, and contribute to the national economy. Speaking at the event, the First Lady commended the resilience of Nigerian women in the face of economic difficulties and stressed on the importance of supporting SMEs. The total disbursement of 1.85 billion naira will reach women traders in every state across the country, helping to combat poverty and support sustainable business growth for many families. Festus Osifo, president of the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Association of Nigeria, PENGASIN, has attributed the persistent fuel queues across Nigeria to outdated and weak distribution chains. Speaking at the 2024 PENGASIN Energy and Labour Summit in Abuja, Osifo said that Nigeria's distribution system is inadequate to meet the demands of the country's large population. Osifo pointed out that Nigeria relies on a single point of product importation, which, coupled with the use of trucks to distribute fuel nationwide, leads to recurring shortages. Other contributing factors include poor road infrastructure and flooding, which disrupt fuel distribution. He called on the government to urgently reform the distribution chain and strengthen the value chain for a more reliable and efficient system. Osifo also said there is the need to reduce the high cost of local production, which is up to 20% higher than in other regions, partly due to security costs borne by oil and gas companies. He advocated for stricter penalties for oil theft and improved security measures to lower production costs. The Comptroller General of the Nigerian Immigration Service, NIS, Kemi Nandap, has dismantled all unauthorized checkpoints along Nigeria's border posts to enhance national security. Nandap instructed all border command controllers to ensure timely reporting of major movements and handle sensitive intelligence with urgency. She also called for increased interagency collaboration for effective intelligence sharing. All checkpoints not authorized by the NIS have been ordered removed, with a focus now on proactive border patrols. Drivers under the Dangote Cement Transportation Unit in Obajona, Kogi State, are calling on Aliko Dangote, president of the Dangote Group, to increase their monthly salaries to 300,000 naira. The drivers argue that the recent introduction of compressed natural gas (CNG) for transport and the rising cost of living make their current salaries insufficient. Vice Chairman of the Dangote Drivers Association, Muhammadu Tanko Umar, highlighted the burden of increasing food, shelter, and essential material costs. He also expressed concerns about the company's health insurance scheme, stating that 75% of their members are not benefiting from it. The drivers are also requesting an allowance increase of 80,000 naira per person for dispatch and label duties to help address current economic challenges. They have appealed directly to Aliko Dangote for a personal meeting to discuss these issues, believing that some concerns may not have reached him. Recently, Dangote Group approved a basic salary of 67,000 naira per month for drivers, with a consistent incentive of 10,000 naira per trip, totaling around 117,000 naira per month for 5 trips. However, the drivers insist that this is not enough to meet their current needs. Nigeria's leading integrated oil company, Owando plc, has successfully completed the acquisition of the Nigerian Agip Oil Company, NAOC, from Italian energy giant and its officer, Ayatollah Jagun. That the acquisition grants Owando full control of Eni's 100% shareholding interest in NAOC. This acquisition is important in expanding Owando's upstream operations and increasing its footprint in the energy market. Uganda is expanding its oil exploration efforts to 2 new regions, the Moroto-Kadam Basin in the east and the Kyoga Basin in the center of the country. Ruth Nankabirwa, Uganda's Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, announced that the early results from the Moroto-Kadam Basin indicate potential for commercial oil and gas deposits. Similar exploration efforts are underway in the Kyoga Basin, with plans to initiate studies in the Hoima Basin in the west. Uganda's current petroleum resources are estimated at 6.5 billion barrels, and the government hopes to increase reserves and extend production timelines through these exploration activities. Japan's yen, long considered a safe haven asset, has seen wild swings this year. Despite this volatility, analysts maintain that the yen's status as a safe haven currency remains intact. The yen weakened to levels not seen since 1986, prompting the Bank of Japan to intervene in July to support the currency. Experts attribute the yen's stability to Japan's position as the world's largest external creditor, as well as its sustainable current account surplus. However, large differences in bond yields between Japan and the US have led to sharp fluctuations in the yen's value. The Nigerian Stock Exchange (NGX) closed the final trading session of last week's trading on Friday, August 23, 2024, with a total of 327.3 million shares traded across 7,351 deals, corresponding to a market value of 4.6 billion naira. This represented a significant decline in trading activity, with volume dropping by 17%, turnover falling by 21%, and the number of deals decreasing by 11% compared to the previous trading day, Thursday, August 22nd. Despite this, the overall market capitalization of the NGX remains at 55.1 trillion naira. A total of 123 listed equities participated in Friday's trading, with the market seeing a mix of gains and losses. In total, 32 equities ended the day in positive territory, while 11 recorded losses. Owando emerged as the top gainer on Friday, experiencing a 10% increase in its share price, which closed at 47 naira 85 kobo per share. Following closely behind were Coals, which also gained 10%, Total Energy with a 9.98%, and Cornerstone Insurance Company, which saw a 9.95% increase in share price. On the losing side, the Initiate suffered the most significant depreciation, with its share price dropping by 9.78% to close at 2 naira 3 kobo per share. Other notable losers included FTN Cocoa Processors, which saw a 5% decline, Cortex down 4.91%, and International Breweries, which fell by 4.44%. In terms of trading volume, Access Holdings led the pack with 36.9 million shares changing hands. Veritas Capital Assurance followed with 27.7 million shares traded, while FCMB Group and Dar Communications rounded out the top four with 24.7 million and 18.8 million shares traded. The benchmark NGX All-Share Index stood at 0.27%, closing at 95,973.44. And that's it on Signature Business Morning News. I am Thompson Notice.
Up ahead, more than 200 firefighters battle London Tower block blaze. Paralympic touch arrives in France via the Channel Tunnel. These and more after this short break. The Russian Ministry of Emergencies released videos on Monday of firefighters combating raging wildfires in the Crimean region of Feodosia. Videos showed emergency workers, specialized heavy machinery and helicopters day and night fighting fires on the slopes of the Crimean mountain region. The Russia-installed head of Crimea, Sergei Anzonov, said on his Telegram channel 100 people have been evacuated from the nearby settlements. Malaysia's former Prime Minister, Muhyiddin Yassin, is said to be charged in court with sedition on Tuesday for allegedly touching on the topic of royalty during a campaign speech at a recent local by-election. Earlier this year, charges of abuse of power against the ex-Prime Minister were reinstated by a Malaysian appeal court, to which Muhyiddin pleaded not guilty. Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim, who came to power in November last year, ordered a review of government projects worth billions of dollars approved by his predecessor, Muhyiddin, including COVID-19 relief programs, alleging they did not follow proper procedures. Muhyiddin has accused Anwar of orchestrating a political vendetta, which the Premier has rejected. Muhyiddin was Prime Minister for 17 months between 2020 and 2021. EU Red Sea Naval Mission Aspides said in a post on X on Monday that the Greek flagship Soyunon has been on fire since August 23 after an attack by Yemen's Houthis. Stills released on August 25 by European Union's naval force EUNAVFOR on X showed several fires burning aboard the oil tanker, which carries 150,000 tons of crude oil, saying it now represents a navigational and environmental hazard. Yemen's Houthi military spokesman Yahya Saree said on Thursday it had targeted a Soyunon and a SW Northwind 1 vessel in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. Operation Aspides is EU's naval force set up to combat threats to commercial shipping from the Houthis, who started launching attacks on commercial ships in November in support of Gaza's Palestinians and following the Israeli response to a mass attack on October 7. Reporters were able to confirm the ship as Greek flagship Soyunon from design, characteristics and shape of ship, with matched file imagery and images released by Houthi military media. More than 200 firefighters have been deployed in East London's Dagenham to put out a fire at a tower block in the early hours of Monday morning. London Fire Brigade said it received a call at 02:44 local time and rushed to the scene within 5 minutes. Speaking at the scene of the tower block fire, Patrick Govan, London Fire Brigade Assistant Commissioner, So 2 people were hospitalized and that a mixed-use building had been evacuated, but a search and rescue operation was ongoing on Monday morning. The fire was producing a lot of smoke, and Gobon said they advised residents to keep their windows closed and visitors to avoid the area. The cause of the fire, which has been declared a major incident, is unknown.
The whole of the building has been affected by fire, including scaffolding surrounding the property and the roof. The first London Fire Brigade crews arrived within 5 minutes and the second crew arrived within 6. An aerial appliance was also ordered and arrived within 6 minutes. In total, 40 fire engines and around 225 firefighters are at the scene. To allow us to focus on the incident, we have declared a major incident. The building has a number of fire safety issues known to the London Fire Brigade. A full simultaneous evacuation of the building was immediately carried out with a significant search and rescue operation which is still underway. At this stage, 2 people have been taken to hospital by the London Ambulance Service.
The youth organization of a far-right political party, Alternative for Germany, staged a protest in Sonningen on Sunday following the arrest of a 26-year-old Syrian man suspected of a stabbing on Friday that left 3 people dead and 8 injured. The group was met with counter-protesters chanting slogans like "All Together Against Fascism." Some of the counter-protesters clashed with the police. German prosecutors identified a 26-year-old Syrian man suspected of a stabbing attack as Isa IH, omitting his family name because of German privacy laws, and said he was suspected of being a member of Islamic State. Hezbollah leader Saeed Hassan Nasrallah said on Sunday that his group would assess the impact of its rocket and drone attack on Israeli military targets earlier in the day before determining whether it will carry out further attacks to avenge a slain commander. The leader of the Lebanese armed group said that it had been able to carry out its attack as planned, denying statements by Israeli military that its preemptive strikes had stopped a wider attack by the group. Nasrallah speaking about 12 hours after the most intense exchange of fire between Iran-backed Hezbollah and Israel since hostilities broke out in parallel with the war in Gaza, said the group had intentionally relied on public infrastructure, including Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv. He said the group would assess the results of the operation, a retaliation for Israel's killing of top Hezbollah commander Fuad Soko on the edges of Beirut last month. Hezbollah fighters had successfully launched a volley of more than 300 Kashyyyat rockets to distract Israel's Iron Dome defenses before sending attack drones. He said it included drones fired from the Eastern Bekaa Valley, a first for the group. None of the drone or rocket launchers were damaged in Israel's preemptive strikes. Nasrallah said Hezbollah had not planned a larger attack, specifically denying Israeli military statements that the group had intended to fire thousands of projectiles. But he acknowledged that the operation had been delayed for several reasons, including what he called a mobilization of Israeli and American military assets in the region. Gazans and patients were seen leaving Al-Qasser Hospital in Del Al-Balah on Sunday to the nearby areas following Israeli army evacuation orders. Palestinians said the new evacuation orders will impact the area close to Al-Qasser Hospital, which serves hundreds of thousands of Palestinians currently overcrowded in the central Gaza areas. Families were moving with what they can carry to the nearby places. The recent war in Gaza started after Hamas militants attacked Israel on October 7, killing 1,200 people, according to Israeli tallies. Israel says it goes out of its way to avoid civilian casualties and accuses Hamas of using human shields, an allegation the group denies. The 2024 Paralympic Games touch reached France via the Channel on Sunday. The touch relay began on Saturday in Stoke-Mandeville, England, where the event was first imagined by neurologist Ludwig Guttmann in 1948. On Sunday, British athletes carried a torch midway through the Channel Tunnel before handing over to French competitors who crossed over to Cayos in the host country. Flame will make its way to Paris, where it will be used to light a Paralympic cauldron during the opening ceremony on Wednesday. Ryan Evans, a member of a Reuters team covering the war in Ukraine, was killed and 2 Reuters journalists were injured in a strike in a hotel in the eastern Ukrainian city of Kramatorsk on Sunday. 6 months ago, Evans took a selfie in Be'eri, southern Israel, near the Gaza border, where he was working with a news reporting team. Evans, a former British soldier, had been working as a safety advisor with Reuters since 2022 and advises journalists on safety around the world, including in Ukraine, Israel, and at the Paris Olympics. Evans was killed after a missile struck the Hotel Sapphire, where he was staying as part of a 6-person team on Saturday. 2 of the agency's journalists were being treated in hospital. One of them was seriously injured. The Russian Defense Ministry did not respond to a request for comment. Reuters was not available to independently verify if the missile that hit the hotel was fired by Russia or if it was a deliberate strike on that building. Australian employees can ignore their bosses outside work hours thanks to a new right to disconnect designed to curb the creep of emails and calls into personal life. The new rule, which came into force Monday, means employees cannot be punished for refusing to read or respond to contact from their employees outside work hours. Supporters say the law gives workers the confidence to stand up against the steady invasion of their personal life by work emails, texts, and calls, a trend that has accelerated since the pandemic scrambled the division between home and work. To cater for emergencies and jobs with irregular hours, the rule still allows employers to contact their workers who can only refuse to respond where it is reasonable to do so. Determined whether a refusal is reasonable will be up to Australia's industrial empire, which must take into account their role, personal circumstances, and why the contact was made.
I think it's an excellent idea. I hope it catches on. I doubt it'll catch on in our industry, to tell the truth, though. Well, you know, we are professionals, we're well paid, we're expected to deliver, and we feel we have to deliver 24 hours a day if we have to. So the phone's always on, the computer's always on, and we're working.
With my role in particular, being that it's a service nature, I feel like I'm expected to be on the line. So because I'm not engaging necessarily with my boss, I'm also with clients and whatnot, there's more of an expectation that I'm on the line after hours, and that's fine, that's the nature of the role. Because there's that I guess, that dynamic with clients, it's fine, I guess, if my boss was to call, because that's just how it is.
I think it's actually really important that we have laws like this. We spend so much of our time connected to our phones, connected to our emails all day, and I think that it's really hard to switch off as it is. So having these laws come into place where, you know, we really do disconnect is really important, especially like in my life where I have external clients who need to get a hold of me. We don't always have the same working hours. So yeah, I'm all for it.
I think it's on the corporations to adopt and embrace them. I think if you set the right pace and culture within a workforce, it's going to give the right result. So yeah, I think inherently people want to achieve things in their work. So if you give them an avenue to do that, it's going to yield positive results.
Well, I think it'll take a bit of bedding down, this reform. Some people may, mistakenly believe that they can just kind of shut down and not respond to work communications now. Some employers may be a bit worried that it is a blanket ban on all communications outside work. So it'll take a bit of getting used to and working out how to put it in place in different.
Suka won 21 gold, 11 silver and 11 bronze to emerge winner in the game sponsored by the China Communication Construction Company, CCCC. The week-long tournament featured 18 sporting events involving the 17 local government areas in the state. The final football event, played inside the main bowl of the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium, ENUGU. The ENUGU local government area defeated Udi local government area by 3-2 to clinch the men's final. In the female football category, Udu defeated Nsukka local government area by 3-0 to win the gold. And that's it on the news for this hour. Thanks for watching. Barik Moda was my name. '59. Come, let's move this in quickly.
Welcome to Entertainment News, and I'm still your baby girl, Queenette Wonkonta. Today we have interesting stories and interesting guests in the studio today. But first, we'll be giving you details of some of the stories around the entertainment world. First, Cynthia Obi Uchendu, the wife of media personality Ebuka Obi Uchendu, has revealed that she's open to having one more child, preferably a boy. Speaking on the newest episode of the Moms Next Door podcast, hosted by Big Brother Naija alumnus Maria Benjamin, Cynthia opened up about her interest in having a third child. The host inquired further and asked Cynthia how Ebuka felt about wanting more children. She replied, "It's not his decision. She definitely wants one more. That she have 2 girls." The reality TV star probed further by asking what's her preference if she was to get pregnant. Cynthia responded, "Why not? Of course, my preference would be to have a boy." Ebuka's approach to things is very whatever you want. The thing is, my husband wanted 1 child, but he was like he wanted to give them the best. School fees are expensive, but truly, he's obsessed with our kids, and I'm sure if we had a third one, he would be obsessed, Cynthia explained further. Maybe a 4th. Recall that Cynthia met Ebuka through her older brother, and they linked up on Twitter later. They got talking on New Year's Day in 2014. They hit it off and eventually got engaged in April 2015. After her intimate proposal at Sakura, a Japanese restaurant in the Victoria Island area of Lagos State, and tied the knot in November of that same year. They have since welcomed 2 beautiful daughters, Joelle Chukwu and Irubinachi, to the world. And our second story will be read by my co-host, Layomi.
At a point, I thought you were forgetting that I'm with you and we are doing this together.
Okay.
So I'm Layomi Adeyemi, and for the second story today, people said I'll amount to nothing after mimicking Davido, Nasboy says. Popular content creator and singer Nasboy has reflected on the negative predictions made about his career during his early days as a struggling creative. While celebrating his 4th year in the Nigerian entertainment industry, the small money crooner claimed that some people said he would amount to nothing after mimicking Afrobeats megastar Davido. He said, contrary to the negative predictions, he's still buzzing after 4 years and is getting bigger. On his X handle, Nasboy wrote, reminded I am that guy people said after this mimicking Davido. Lol, 4 years later, I'm still here. Nah God, watch me grow bigger. Nasboy also relished his upcoming collaboration with legendary singer Tubaba, whom he described as his mentor. If I follow plenty people talk for Twitter, I for know they move. Most importantly, the boy they grow every day. Biggest achievement is having a track with my idol, Tubaba. It's going to be so big.
I mean, Nasboy is doing great in his content creating and all the rest of
Yes, I
them.
think he's even into music now,
Yeah,
which is really. I've heard his song Umbrella. I was just like, they did a lot of challenges on it on IG. It was fun to watch. I like to see people
more of it.
Yeah, more of it.
All right, up next, Big Brother Naija season 9 housemate Onyeka alleged that wanted me out. Big Brother Naija reality show housemate Onyeka has claimed that her fellow housemates wanted her out of the show. Onyeka and Chizoba, who make up the Checkers duo, were among the bottom 4 pairs alongside Steez, Checkers, Tammy, and the Radicals during last Sunday eviction show. After Radicals were saved by the custodians, Ndine pairs, who had picked the safe-only box, only housemates who were not up for eviction decided on which nominees to send home, and the Tammy pair was voted out. 8 of 10 pairs voted for the Tammy duo to be evicted. Despite Onyeka's Checkers getting just 1 vote against them from Double K, she has insisted that the housemates want her out because they see her as a threat. During a conversation with Victoria on Monday, Onyeka accused a group of friends of leading the campaign against her in the house. Now, there's a drama between Onyeka and Victoria. Onyeka said, I already know the people that wanted me to leave, so... And Victoria replied, how did you know? Onyeka said, they were saying it yesterday now. I don't cry now. Wait till I go do. I move. Now, Victoria said, how many people said they wanted you to go? And she replied, there are like 3 friends. I was even watching them. Then somebody still overheard them saying it. At the end of the day, I feel this is her assumption, though her assumptions may be right or wrong.
Yeah, this BB Nigeria, everybody is always looking for something
to shine.
So now I'm wondering, is this true? Like, do they really want her out?
I feel it's an assumption because, of course, you're in a competition.
Okay.
Some people would want you out, some people would want you in. So that was why the girl, Victoria, was who exactly? She didn't specify their name. She didn't even say anything, but she was like, she heard 3 people and one other person said it.
I think it's normal for people to want you out. It's a game, like you said.
Yes, it's a
competition.
game.
So people would definitely want you out. Okay, yeah, for the next story, why I am yet to marry Jene Aiko after 8 years of dating, rapper Big Sean says. American rapper Big Sean has explained why he hasn't married singer Jene Aiko after 8 years of dating. Featuring in the Out of Context podcast last Friday, Sean told the host of Kamelang Da God that he's not ready to tie the knot with his long-time girlfriend because there's a lot of work that needs to be done. He said it is a little personal, you know what I mean. But just like to be real with you, Just like any person who have dealt with love, we have our ups and downs. Shin and Aiko have been dating on and off since 2016 when their relationship began. Aiko was married to producer Dot Da Genius. She filed for divorce in August 2016, citing a irreconcilable difference as the reason for the split. In November 2020, Shin and Aiko welcomed their son Noah, and Aiko is also the mother of 15-year-old daughter Namiko, whom she shares with singer Orion. Shin has previously proposed to his ex-girlfriend Naya River in October 2013. However, the rapper and Naya, who passed away sadly in 2020, called off their engagement 6 months later.
So, I want to understand, does it mean that he doesn't want to get married to his girlfriend of 8 years, right?
Yes.
Because he still loves his ex-girlfriend that passed away. Because, I mean, 8 years is too long for you to know, oh, I'm ready to tie the knot with this person. Even though you have ups and downs.
And that is even if you get married, you would still have ups and downs. It's normal. So it's just you knowing
is she the one, she literally has a child for him.
Yes, which is the fact that he said he might still have feelings for his ex. His ex has died,
bro.
Like, I think at this point, 2020, that's like 4 years ago.
Exactly.
So I think you should have moved on by now.
Of course.
You should.
Of course. I mean, 8 years is too long for you to know if you want to settle down with this person. But then again, she got divorced in 2016, right?
Yes.
And she said it's because of what? Irreconcilable differences.
Okay, maybe she also is in support and she doesn't want another difference to.
Oh, that means she's not igniting fire for this guy to get married to her.
Who knows? We're giving a take on the issue.
All right. Finally, Rihanna is not retiring from being an absolute beauty. She's turning heads at a famous carnival in her homeland. Riri is hit up the crop over carnival in her native Barbados on Monday, wearing a revealing ensemble complete with pink, orange, and yellow feathered wings. We would give Rihanna the crown, but it looks like she's already wearing one. A Caribbean queen indeed. It's the first time we've seen Riri at the crop over carnival since 2019. There was the pandemic and she had 2 kids since then. So this is a major comeback. Rihanna's flanked by what appears to be members of the Barbados military, and her muzzles is armed with assault rifles. The scene on the ground looks pretty crazy. Now that Rihanna is there, people are flocking on her, trying to get close, and she's pushing through some super crowded streets. All right. That's all we have for you in the entertainment news for now.
Yeah.
We'll go on a short break. And when we return, we have an interesting guest. I'm sure you want to see her. So stay tuned.
Welcome back to Entertainment News, and today we are interviewing a wonderful person. She's an actress, director. She's Ego Unwoji. Welcome, ma.
Welcome to the studio, ma.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You look great.
Thank you so much. You look good too.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. So, we presume you started acting from 2009. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. So, can you please tell us a little bit about yourself and how you ventured into the movie industry?
Well, while in school, that was in IMT. This actor, Aki and Popo, Chinedu Ikedeze, was my classmate then. Yes, and we read Mascom. Okay, so then when he ventured into acting, we were like looking at him as, what's this guy doing, acting? No, I'm not interested, something like that. So there, I never knew I was going to end up in this very industry, you see. So actually, what motivated me into acting was a friend. Yes, that was after school though. Okay. He said, why don't you go into acting? Why don't you give it a try? You have this camera face, your color, you already look like one, so why don't you just give it a try? Okay. So with that, I said, all right, let me give it a try, like he said, and I went into acting.
Wow, that's great.
And then my first audition, the very day I registered, I met an audition going on. Okay. So I joined, and I was lucky to be chosen, and that was my first debut. I acted a maid. So it was fun. It was nice.
Yeah, because
was that from the movie Gifted?
No.
Just,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Because we notice you always act as a mother. The emotional one, I don't know if that's the only one I always watch. You always did the sweet, emotional mother. Those mother they can always come to discuss, you know what I mean?
Well, you know, like, it's not as if I don't act other roles and all that. You know, most times they tend to give you what you are very good at. Once you're an actor, though it's good to be a versatile actor, okay. But there's this particular one you do, and you do it as if your life depends on it. You're giving your best. So with that, other producers or marketers will say, okay, this very character, she played it well and she gave us what we want. Can we just call her to do same? So that is why it looks like I'm always giving a motherly role, because the way I carry it with emotions and all that.
Yes,
that's just it.
So how has it been balancing having multiple roles in multiple projects at the same time? Like, have you had situations where you had two different projects and you were in two different roles?
Okay, different projects at the same time, right?
Same time, yes.
Well, it was never easy on me when I had such opportunity, but it's going to make you, like, you will not really concentrate on the particular character you're playing, because one, your mind will be on the other.
Okay.
Especially when the two jobs clashes. Like, you're shooting this one already and they are calling you on the other set.
Okay.
Do you understand? It's very difficult to, like, to work it out. Okay. All right. So I don't even wish for my jobs to clash.
Like that.
It's disturbing. It's disturbing because, one, you will not have a rest of mind. Secondly, you will not know how to portray. Sometimes you might be reading this character. You are supposed to play this guy and you forgot yourself. You're playing the other.
It up.
Yeah, mixing the whole thing up. So it's never really easy.
But like, is it possible to negotiate with the producer or the director that, oh, can we shift the time for this particular movie production?
Yes,
to,
yes,
okay.
yes, yes. It's quite possible. Like you talk to your producer, all right, an understanding producer. You talk and explain, sir, I am a bit occupied on a project. Can you just give me 2 days or 4 days to be done? With that, he can shift his own production date so it doesn't clash. So you will concentrate and know what you're doing on the project.
Okay. Would love you to talk us through your process of embodying a character, embodying a role. Yes.
Well, what will I say? Mine is will I just say it's easy for me, like switching to characters or roles. It's quite it's not really a problem for me to do that, okay? So when you read, as you're reading your script, you're getting into character already. All right? So with the situations on the script, it's easier for you to get into the character, to carry the character you are asked to portray.
Okay.
So
But can you tell us your greatest strengths and weaknesses as an actress?
Well, let me start from working late.
Okay. Like late hour, like in the night?
Odd hours,
Okay.
working overnight.
Okay.
It has always been the greatest challenge I have in acting.
Why?
Yes, because like I'm on a movie set today.
Okay.
And then we had to shoot overnight. It's going to affect my tomorrow's acting. So that is it. You can't beat nature. Because it will tell on you, no matter how you pretend, no matter how you want to like carry it, I'm an actress, I can do it, I can work it out. No, it will tell on you. It will tell on your delivery. It will tell on your expressions and all that. So that is it.
Okay, so what do you do? Do you then decline works that, jobs that make you, or projects that make you go overnight, like do overnight shoots?
Like I don't decline. We get into it with, like we agree on a particular thing. Like the agreement is, we work overnight. We will not wake up early. Like we won't come out early to start a production the next day. Like we could sleep from morning, early hours when we are done, sleep from there to 12 o'clock, and then we are back to work again. With that, you'll be able to gain some energy, strength, and you refresh yourself and everything mentally, but physically.
Okay. So can you describe specifically where you collaborated effectively with other actors and how you delivered in a successful performance?
Oh, wow. Can you come again with the question?
How you collaborated with other actors and actresses and how you delivered successfully. Because you know, most people has different perspective and attitude and the rest of them, even when it comes to playing movies. So,
yeah, okay. Sometimes when it happens that way, like in a movie production, one, before we start, you try as much, like me in particular, when I get on a set, maybe I'm working with people I've not worked before, I had to like study and look at them. You know, like you just said, now we'll have different characters and the way we bring out our own characters. Some are good, some are just don't come close, you understand? Some will have this attitude, most of us actresses do portray on set, okay? But before then, you need to understand, like the character you're playing, and you need to mix up with the other actors. You need to study them. If you study them and understand who they are and what they want, the way they behave, I think you'll be able to flow with them. With that, it makes your job easier on set.
Okay, but in a situation whereby you study them and you notice that, oh, I don't think I can work with this person, is it possible for you to tell the director or the producer that I'm not sure I can work with this person?
It has never happened to me before. I flow with everybody. Even with your character, I don't know. What I understand is we are out here to work. So whatever character you want to, you should just keep it aside.
Okay.
Let's work.
Yeah.
So that's me.
Great.
Yeah, maybe I can be beefing you, can be having beef with you outside, but I can play. The script says you're my friend.
Okay.
And we need to drop it and play friend. That is what the script says. So after acting, after the production, my dear, when we get out, we continue. Yes. That is it.
All right.
Okay, that's good. So, can you tell us about your most challenging role in, so far, your journey in Nollywood? What's the most challenging role you've had?
Playing a mad woman.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, the day I got the script, they said at some point this character is going to run mad. I said, how am I going to do it? Do I need to go stand close to mad people to know, like, pick some of their characters, the way they behave? Yeah. So at first it was difficult for me to like get myself into the dustbin and pretend, start picking and eating from a dustbin. No, it's oh my goodness, what I had to do it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you delivered.
I did. Yes, they said the character is mad. I'm not mad. So
you have to
play it the way
because
it is written.
I watch how they play it, honestly, and I wonder, has this person run mad before? Coming on set?
The thing is, you give in your best. Yeah. Okay, this is what we do with passion.
Yeah.
All right? If you are an actor, whatever character given to you, you try as much as you can to portray the character with passion. Do you understand?
Yes.
Give in your best. If it warrants you going to live, like go or move around where you see mad people, you can stand aside and watch them display. So with that, you pick one or two things from there, so make it look real. Forget yourself. When you're on set and the camera is on you, forget who you are.
Yeah.
Please play the character on the script at that moment.
Wow. So how has Nollywood impacted on the international stage? How do you think Nollywood has impacted in the international stage, in their movies, and what the cinema roles and the normal Nollywood African magic movies that we have?
Well, on that aspect, I would say we are improving. Okay? Even in our storylines, the cameras, the lighting and everything, we are trying. Even the actors, like, in fact, we are on it. We are working on ourselves. We are going places.
Yeah.
Yes, we're trying, because soon, recently we've been attending film festivals in Canada and all that. So I think we are improving.
Okay, I'm curious. Have you ever found yourself finding it difficult to differentiate between your personality and a character?
No. Will I say no? No, because I already know that this is not me. It's not in my character to play, like let me use myself for example. Like, I'm asked to play a troublesome woman, a woman that fights, nags, and I know it's not in my nature to do that.
Yeah.
But you have to just, like I said earlier, you try and fit in and, keeping your character at home and playing the one you are asked to play.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So can you tell us a little bit about the early Nollywood movies? You know how the movies used to be in those days. The Sophia Path, Sam Lokome's so rest in peace. You know how they move. So can you tell us how Nollywood has evolved from that stage to the stage it is now?
Yes, like we are really going places, like I said. we've stepped up. Like those days where you just mentioned Sophia, he's still on stage, he's still acting now, but you know, most then the kind of script given to them then, there are a lot of changes in it now, because then we'll play more of comedy, or there's epic, or this comedy, comic village setting, and you know, now at this present days we are now, we have tried to improve, like trying to meet up the standards of Netflix and cinema standard and all that. So there are a little bit of changes.
Okay. So how would you say the government policies have been affecting Nollywood as an industry?
Oh, wow.
Like the whole inflation, the whole local government autonomy, like the situation of the country, the situation of
affecting the industry.
How do you think it's affecting the industry?
Yes, it is really affecting the industry now, because if you check the cost of production, you cannot compare what they use in producing movie then and now. Things are more expensive now, like getting the cameras, paying your artists, the logistic aspect and all that. It's actually affected the industry a lot. Do you understand?
Okay, from the production side of things.
The production side of things, yeah.
Okay, that's.
Okay, so how has Nollywood shaping and reflect social media?
Well, I don't know. I don't want to talk about that, please. Please, can we skip it?
Okay, because I understand why you say so. When people would act like this after watching this particular person, they start acting like that. All right, no problem. We'll go on a short break, and we'll be revealing some videos of our guest today, Ego Morji. So stay tuned to watch that video.
Why would she do that? Charlie, you want that Bukaria to come and kill her again in her sleep? Wow! Copy,
You and I know that Bukaria cannot do such a thing.
It's in one way.
That you have misunderstanding does not mean that.
It's lassie. Even this is not the one that got to Lotalucha. You live in the same roof with a woman. You don't even know her character. You might not see a baba. But you're working, you won't run.
Nah, my EU can never do like that. She's angelic. Just leave her. She just mouth. All those things.
Welcome back. So that particular clip now, is it the part where you're acting like a troublesome woman?
No, this is where I played the character of a grandma, Nne, in the movie Gifted. It's a series.
Okay.
Yes, for Rock Studios.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what were you actually complaining? Because you look so serious. What were you actually complaining about? What were you talking? What were you telling them really? What called for that meeting actually?
I was actually trying to warn my son against bringing in Ukeria. That's his wife.
Why?
Ukeria is her name, but in Inez tongue, I call her Ukeria, Ukeria. So that's why I call her, because she's so troublesome.
Okay.
Yes, my daughter-in-law, she's my son. I'm talking to my son. That man is my son, so I'm warning him against Ukeria, because she was apprehended by the police. She did something, and she was arrested. Okay. So he's talking about going to bail her. I said, no, leave her there, let her die there, because if she comes back, she will give us trouble. Yes. Because she's always at Nne's neck, giving Nne trouble all the time. And eventually she killed Nne's character.
She killed
Nne's character, yes.
Wow. Wow. So after being released from the prison,
yes,
she came back and...
Yes.
He would have listened to me actually.
He didn't. He did not.
All right. So, like, let's continue with the questions, all right? So, government policies affecting Nollywood. What are the efforts that government has used to improve Nollywood?
Like government, to the best of my knowledge, government are trying their possible best, like to come into Nollywood and to help us,
Okay.
so that we'll be better.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Helping us, like giving us projects, like sponsoring projects and all that.
Oh, they do?
Yes, they are trying, like
Wow.
state governments and all that too. So, but we are still trying to attain the federal level so that they can look into Nollywood and then see what to do to us.
You mentioned earlier that
yes, because with the things, with the kind of storyline we have these days, we tend to promote our cultures and tradition in it. So with that, we are still moving forward, and then we are not deviating, even at the fact that we are trying to attain to Netflix level. We are still not forgetting home, where we come from.
Okay, so has there been any job creation opportunities in the movie industries for the up and becoming actors or actresses? Are there still rooms for them? Because I'm sure, are there even room for them to undergo training?
Yeah, yes, of course. Like the upcoming actors, we have classes that we organize, will I say, training for the upcoming actors on acting, so that they will know exactly what they are coming to do. All right? Even at that, we still have other rooms too. If you look at yourself very well, you're not doing well in acting, you don't even know your onion in acting, you can just venture into another aspect of, like, we have makeup artists, we have costumier, we have production managers, we have a lot to do in the movie industry aside acting.
Okay.
Do you understand?
So at least you can start from there, you watch
can,
the actors.
yes,
then
watch actors and you learn. Yeah. We all learn every day. Nobody's perfect. You come in, you have, maybe you have a flair of becoming an actor, you don't have any training from anywhere, but you just wanted to venture into acting. You come, you start by learning. You watch people act, and from there you start picking. You start from reading your script, mastering your lines and all that. You can be given a situation, even without script, you'll be able to produce your own lines and know your continuity and all that. So we have a lot to learn there.
So your advice is, when you come in and you're not sure if you can actually perform in this particular character,
yes,
you start from
you
scratch.
start from somewhere. You watch, you watch others that are there, so you learn. But it's so unfortunate that most of us these days, we don't even want to learn. We want to jump into acting. We want to become Genevieve by fire, by force. And this Genevieve, she started from somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, she started from, there's something we call waka pass. Then they'll give you, just come, you are in the movie but you're not saying anything. Okay, you're just there, you're just playing crowd, you're one of the crowd we have there, so extras. Okay, so you start from there. Like me, when I came in, I was thinking, although I thought I had this, like, becoming an extra, I played extras. Yes, I did. I even played this thing they call waka pass. You just appear in the movie without saying anything. Just, I'm not relevant in the movie. Okay, we'll start from there gradually. You'll be climbing. From giving you 2 scenes, speaking role, 1 scene, 3 scenes, and all that. Before you know it, you'll be given full script. You start playing supporting, not lead role, supporting character and all that. From there you grow. Before you know it, you start playing a major role in a movie, and that is it. But now, no, they don't want it. They want to, like, give me a full script, give me the major role, the lead role, I want to play it. And you've not acted before, you don't even know anything about it. You want to dabble into it. To me, my advice is let people, the newcomers, the upcoming artists, let them just start from scratch. Let them be learning it. Gradually, they'll become better.
Okay.
Yes.
So I would love your opinion on this new trend in Nollywood where content creators are even coming into acting.
My dear, well, I don't know what to say about this content creators coming to become an actor. I don't know.
Because you just mentioned that there are stages.
Yes. They need to, like I said, them, will I say it's going to be easier for them because why creating this content?
Yeah.
They already know how to face the camera, the angles, and the script writing, because this content of a thing, they pencil it down too.
Yeah.
They have a script for it. So with that, they are used to. They are close. They are becoming too familiar with playing a character. So I think it's also good. It's a kind of like training before becoming a full actor.
Yeah.
So that is it.
All right. All right. Thank you so much for coming to the studio, Mrs. Igowodji. You've actually given us literally a lot in involving the movie Nollywood industry and your acting role. We had fun with you.
Thank you so much.
It has been lovely having you around.
Thank you for having me around. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. That's all we have for you in the entertainment news on Signature TV. Don't forget, we'll be here same time tomorrow, and follow us on all our social media platforms and click the subscribe button. I'm not alone. I have my co-host,
Layomi Adeyemi.
And I'm Queenette Nwokonta. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you.
It's no longer news that there's fuel scarcity in Nigeria. Today, I'm at A. Irano filling station in Metama along Kuba Expressway, whereby the station is not selling the products. To my left are the black market guys who are selling the product right in front of the filling station. The black market are selling the product at the rate of 1,000 naira per liter. All effort to speak to the management of the filling station was abortive.
The return of the queues coincided with the build-up to the nationwide End Bad Governance protest, which began on August 1st. Some of the filling stations visited on Wednesday were locked, suggesting that they had run out of stock. Those that were open had to contend long queues of vehicles to attend to. Those motorists who could not withstand the situation were forced to patronize vendors whose sales in container refers to as black markets at between 1,000 and 1,005 per liter.
I'm buying black market, each 1 liter is 1,000 naira. So I'm feeling bad. And it is not supposed to be like that in Nigeria. Because not the way Nigeria get everything. Then they are suffering us. Please, we need help.
This administration has done only a year plus. And look at the unbearable hardship that people are facing. Even during the Buhari regime, when everything was hard, at least people could still feed. But now you find people, they can't even eat. They can't even eat 3 square meals at home. And then all of a sudden you expect them to just sit down and say nothing.
Despite long queues at its outlets, the NNPCL stations have continued to dispense the product at 580 naira per liter, while some private stations sell at about 690 per liter. The Shema Petroleum Station in Kadu and Emadep Energy were both selling the product at 690 per liter.
In this kind of hardship, it's not fair now. No, we don't do that definitely. Once we have product, we definitely sell. Can you see that? You see the queue has been moving successful. We always open. Once we open like 100 car, we enter. Definitely after the about 70 buy, we now bring another 70s again. That's how we have been doing it. And if you see that the queue there is no longer 690, that's the highest price the government needs people to sell. People are selling 850, 8 something like that, but we don't sell like that. We sell at 90. All our stations in Shemas, all the branches in Abuja, that's how we have been selling it.
Some motorists and residents expressed their anger and frustration over the situation in the face of existing excruciating hardship they are to contend with.
Is the increment of fuel that brought about this. So the protest is a good thing. It's long overdue. People are supposed to protest. But you know Nigerians, we are good in adapting issues. We adapt to all issues, either bad or good. People don't mind. So, but I think this is the only way that government will hear it.
They carry me for my compound, come here, 300, 400, but now 1,000 naira, 1,500. What in they carry us 1,500? What in person can get feeding his children? Who can die?
The kind of shame to a Nigerian to see a filling station, and whereby the fuel is not there, but they are selling, black markets are selling fuel on behind of the police filling station. It is shameful. And look at this in transport is keeping increasing day by day. Tomorrow we'll enter car from here to maybe to Zuba, 1,000. Next tomorrow you'll find that it's more than 1,000. Where are we heading to?
Nigerians are eager to see how the Tinubu administration will handle the current fuel scarcity, which is being compounded by the ongoing protests across the country.
From the nation's capital, Abuja, I am Nasiru Usman, reporting for Signature TV News.
Why is it? How is it that the furniture market is booming? How is it? Why is it that the electronic market is booming? It is because of corruption. We have to face it head on. There is corruption in the land. Very serious corruption is embedded in our system. Why is it that in a country where a lot of the majority of our population cannot afford three meals, in fact 2 meals in a day? Where do people get all the money with which they are buying all the things that you mentioned? Furniture and electronics. Go to the automobile market. Go along Kubwa Road. Go around Nigeria. You see how people are buying obscene cars.
Okay.
And so on and so forth. When people are facing a real crisis of existence. Yes. You cannot legislate people to go and die. You cannot make a law that that LG should file out and go and die in Nigeria. You cannot make a law that Honda should file out and go and die.
How do you mean?
What I'm saying is that even Dunlop that was here had gone. And other companies, why are they going? The environment of doing business in Nigeria is very, very hostile and bad. And we can handle it. We can change it. That is the starting point. It's not by legislating people to death or legislating corporations to go and die. Because this is a dying field for corporations.
We need to make laws
because of corruption, because
because
do you have rules to drive on? Do you have security? Do you have what do you have? No. Do you have look at our credit system? I was a banker. Look at our credit system. How much access do people have to access capital for doing business? You don't have any access. Our banks are irresponsible. The banks in Nigeria are totally irresponsible. I was a banker, but I'm embarrassed about the kind of irresponsibility of our banks. They are just milking the people and they are not helping the economy at all. The banks are the facilitators. They are the energizers of economic development. Without the banks, there's very little the economy can do. But the banks are not helping us. And nobody's talking about regulation. I should suggest, I should rather say that the central bank should come down on the banks very heavily. Let them become responsible. In other climes, you have banks handhold little micro companies. Incubate them and then grow them. In Nigeria, it doesn't happen at all.
Yeah.
The Nigerian companies, they lend only to the people who they think are big. But some people who are small sometimes before they become big. And what do those people do with it? Do they produce anything that we can see? But the small and medium scale enterprise sector, that's the engine of growth. If we don't encourage them, that's not where we are going. That there are things that this government, our government, must confront. For somebody to bring business in Nigeria is the thing that will help us to survive. So you don't you don't give the person any room of incentive. Nothing like an incentive exists in Nigeria. They tax people to death in Nigeria here. There are multiple taxations. The government does not care. The environment is hostile. A farmer who wants to produce rice, we leave him to the weather, to the elements. We leave him to go and face the banks. We leave him to go and buy his machinery. We leave him to go and do everything, to go and invest even in research. Somebody wants to be a rice farmer. He first of all invests in research in the high yielding varieties of rice. He produces the seedlings. He does everything. He gets nothing from his government. That is not the way to. Till we realize that for somebody to accept to do business, you must support him deliberately. It's not by accident. You need to give them loans, soft loans, grants of all sorts, just to make them to produce. Because if they don't produce, we continue to die the way we are doing.
on Signature TV. Of course, you can follow us on all of our social media platforms, on Instagram, on Facebook, on Twitter, and on TikTok. And we're currently live on Facebook and YouTube. Don't forget to like, share, comment, share your own perspective. My name is still Joshua Ritogo, of course, and Chioma Lina just finished the global news. Chioma, how are you again? And which of the news caught your attention, all of the ones that you read?
I was about to ask you that.
If you ask me, let me just say it then. It's the Reuters guy. I really felt like he's one of us, and yeah, died in action.
There was a twist. You know, before then, the one that caught me was the Paralympics. You know, seeing the people happy, you know, got away, it brought joy this morning, extra joy. I've always had joy.
It is a beautiful morning, and then we'll have lots and lots of things in stock for you, from the newspaper headline to the reviews, and we'll be going to different interview segments to keep your day packed full, informed, and detailed to understand what is going on around you and the country at large. We're going to be going for a very short break, and when we come back, we will be starting with the newspaper headline. Welcome back. This is Signature Morning, and we'll be starting with the newspaper headlines. And first on the newspaper headline today is the Daily Trust.
And on the Daily Trust newspaper this morning, with a screaming headline: days after killing Emir, bandits abduct over 150 in Gobert.
2 cops trader killed as police shoots class in Abuja again.
And on page 7, IG hands over 20 rescued medical students to Unimed, Unijos.
And on page 36, we have court freezes 32 bank accounts linked to end bad governance protests.
You know, it feels this emirs, they just keep...
Popular.
Anyway. Tinubu others mourn as Emir of Ningi buried amid tears.
Moving over to the next newspaper headline, we
would go with the Nation newspaper. And on the Nation newspaper this morning, 2 policemen killed during clash with Islamic group in FCT.
And Dangote Otedola Elumelu backed federal government's move to eliminate malaria.
Okonjo-Iweala canvasses economic policy consistency.
And court freezes 32 accounts of individuals firm linked to August protests. You can find this on the page 5 of the Nation.
$150 million on airport terminal ready for inauguration.
Set to deploy technology in eradicating unclaimed dividends. You can find this on page 6.
Okay, I'm moving over to the next newspaper. And on the Nigerian Tribune this morning, court freezes 32 bank accounts.
And above the mast, malaria. Federal government picks Dangote Otedola Elumelu to drive efforts to end scourge.
Ondo to host biggest entrepreneurship festival in Africa. Event to attract over 200 investors. With the rider, Aida Tiwa receives official license, assures organizers on hitch-free event. And that's on page 4 of the Nigerian Tribune.
And on page 26, terrorism. Federal government resumes trial of 300 suspects.
On page 23, Tinubu should act on calls for new constitution. Anyoko.
And finally, on the Nigerian Tribune, we have 2 police officers killed as shooties. Police clash in Abuja.
And on the Guardian this morning, Forex execution hitches threaten food waiver policy as farmers kick. Forex execution hitches threaten food waiver policy as farmers kick. On page 6 of the Guardian.
And on page 8, we have ENUGU uncovers 2,640 ghost pensioners, begins payment of council pensioners.
On page 3, Okonjo-Iweala asks politicians to stop weaponizing insecurity.
Tunisian president reshuffles cabinet, replaces 19 ministers ahead of election.
2 kidnapped in Abuja, Shiite police clash, bandits kidnap 150 in Sokoto.
The unholy secrecy of the National Assembly members' pay package.
Serap asks governors Wike to disclose details of Chinese loans. And I think the last one is Atiku chides Tinubu over citizens' rights violation. Atiku chides Tinubu over citizens' rights violation. And moving over to the next newspaper this morning, this day. And on this day, just above the mast, federal government moves to eliminate malaria, taps Dangote, Otedola, Elumelu to drive efforts to end scourge.
I would really like to discuss this later, but at NBA conference, Tinubu vows to protect rule of law, tolerates dissenting voices.
You know, with the thought that they're still saying that, they keep saying that the fuel scarcity would decrease. But here we have another headline that says fuel scarcity persists in Lagos, others.
And third coronation anniversary of the Olu of Warri.
There is actually something that we should have highlighted when you read that at NBA conference, Tinubu Valso.
Oh yeah,
he said a rider, Okonjo-Iweala, expresses concern about slow pace of Nigeria's development. Lagos has more women in judiciary than any other state, says Sanwo-Olu. Okay, and the next, okay, and on the Vanguard this morning, just above the mast, federal government moves to eliminate malaria. Why? Okay. Federal government moves to eliminate malaria. I will leave this for Josh. Federal government moves to eliminate malaria, picks Dangote, Otedola, Elumelu to drive efforts.
And on page 32 of the Vanguard, we have court freezes 32 accounts linked to hashtag end bad governance protests.
A federal government to yet implement 2 months after. With the rider, federal government still working on implementation framework 2 months after. Minister. Delay not worth it. People are dying. Oladibolu. Government must progressively intervene in high tariffs. Akintaya. Implementation details must be properly worked out. Ifeanyi.
Catholic Bishop canvass regional governments, asks Tinubu to fight hunger grafts.
Nigerians hope for lower cement price dims. Nigerians hope for lower cement price dims.
And Olu of Warri honors UTM, FLNG, Boss, and Rone.
And we're moving over to the Punch. And on the Punch newspaper this morning, you read September rollout. Tinubu panel, Dangote refinery brainstorm on petrol pricing. With the rider, President's Committee refinery to conclude talks on Naira crude supply, petrol pricing.
And interestingly, in a very interesting note, we have on the page 2, flooding, Delta Kogi creates IDP camps, Anambra, Kwara, 1 communities.
Okay. And still on page 2, states oppose federal government's 600 billion naira vote for 70,000 wage.
And that is that on the newspaper headlines this morning. We're going to be moving straight to the newspaper review with Chris Maduka. Chris Maduka is here with us in the studio. Chris, good morning.
Good morning, Josh.
Wonderful to have you.
Yes. Good morning, Chomalina. John.
Jean.
Okay, that's wonderful. Good to be here this bright and early morning. Want to welcome all our people who watch us Signature Television.
Yes, so moving straight to the newspaper headline, one of them that came across all the newspaper, I think, apart from the Punch, is, let's go to the, this day. Federal government moves to eliminate malaria. I particularly choose this day because of the word that was used, or the particular word, taps Dangote, Otedola, Elumelu to drive efforts to end scourge.
Well, I I want to look at this issue of malaria as an international war. It's an international war against the developing nations of Africa. And the people who the war is directed against do not see it as war. I've been around for some time. In fact, I am on malaria treatment as I speak.
I hope you
I've taken 2 jabs. I'm taking 2 jabs. Normally, they will recommend 3 days jabs. The remaining one for today. So, since my childhood till now,
yes.
Almost on a monthly basis, I treat malaria. And we see malaria business as an international syndicate to milk Africa. Nobody wants to eliminate malaria. Let us not deceive nobody. It's a business. And you want to eliminate malaria, you are tapping big men again to monopolize. What can federal government, what is the Federal Ministry of Health doing since our lives? Where are the scientists? Where are we carrying our life and give it to Dangote, and they will go back there and start fighting again?
My question is...
Now, will the international community allow you to even eliminate malaria? What do we have? The pharmaceutical organizations that are in Nigeria have all vamoosed. They've all left to the shores of Nigeria because they can't even stay here to produce drugs.
Chris, wait, before you go on, hold that thought. Elumelu, Dangote, and who, are they experts, or is it just because of their financial power?
Yes, I'm telling you.
I think it's their money.
It's so
it's their money. So it's just about money.
That's what I'm talking about. It's purely money thing. Because imagine when these are the people being tapped. No single scientist among them.
No doctor.
No doctor. No university teaching hospital associated. And they are going to eliminate malaria. You have not given Dangote enough crude to refine and give us fuel. You are dumping malaria on him and tapping him to also carry malaria. He produced cement. And he gone into refining business, oil refining. He's into sugar and essential commodities. And it's not enough. You look Nigerians to the eyes and tap that you are tapping Dangote to handle malaria. Why not leave us to suffer malaria? No. We used to treat malaria with 25 naira, 25 kobo. What they call it, the chloroquine. Very bitter. when I was growing up, your parents say you take chloroquine. There used to be another one.
But chloroquine has its side effect.
Whatever. Who decides on the side effect?
No, on your body. It has a side effect.
Which one does not have side effect? Is it the SCT they gave us now to make it more expensive to treat malaria? That is not. You treat 25 kobo malaria. Now it's about 15,000 naira to treat malaria comfortably well in Nigeria.
Remember, this is from experience.
And then you are saying, I'm talking from experience. Yes. And you are talking about side effects. What are we doing in this life does not have side effects?
No, but really, I'm not playing the devil's advocate, but they might ask, okay, who should we dump it on? Should we dump it on you? So it also
mobilize the scientists to research and find us cure for malaria, support them. Every country have a research and development, R&D. There's no sustainability. What is the professors doing? Professors of medicine, so much chips on their shoulders. They've gone abroad. They've written papers. Simple malaria. Why the world is finding cure for HIV? Nobody wants to eliminate malaria. Just talk about it. It's annoying. Let's not talk about it. And the even more annoying to dump it on billionaires to go and eliminate malaria in Nigeria. That's what I found so deceiving. And it's part of these things that does not work. It doesn't reason well. You devote money, mobilize our scientists, research, give the deadline. Research and get us cure for malaria. And you find out that Africans, our forefathers, that's what they keep killing. I've been curing malaria with leaves they can pick up from. And they say that one doesn't have those, doesn't have. Who decides on even all this?
So, Chris, does this actually, in a larger sense, does this insinuate in some way that it's possible that the federal government wants to use the federal government money for other projects so that health projects, and the budget for health will be dumped on individuals to fix.
It's just one aspect of our budget.
Because obviously, like we can attest, Otedola, Dangote, Elumelu, they are not pediatricians, neither are they gynecologists. If they are, we haven't come to know it. So if they are asking them to do this, it's basically for their money. It insinuates rather that it's for their money. So the federal government probably will use the federal government money to pay salaries of senators, something like that, and fix road.
We have had tags, projects tagged, roll back malaria, fight back malaria, kill malaria, do this malaria over 5 decades. And we're receiving foreign aid to fight malaria in Nigeria. The same foreign organizations that heavy funded pharmaceutical business in the world are sending you, they come here. This is only where we find, Africa is where you find malaria. Check the population of Africa. And check the market for malaria drugs. And it ties it in your head and come about the business involvement. So when they look at malaria, you say you are solving malaria. Somebody is looking at you at how much money is making out of your malaria. It's not interested in anything. If they want to eliminate malaria, they don't have to push it as contract to the big men who are already overburdened with the money. Let's have R&D, Ministry of Health. What are they sitting down there? And you want to talk about eliminating malaria, and the Ministry of Health is not involved. You're telling us our billionaires, and you want us to believe it. I am one of the people that said, it's already dead on arrival. We know how it's going to end. For the next 100 years, we'll be researching on malaria, selling drugs, searching malaria.
Does this also line up with what Okonjo-Iweala is actually? She said it in different ways, in different papers, have the way they highlighted it. But on The Guardian, he said, on page 3 actually, Okonjo-Iweala asked politicians to stop weaponizing insecurity. Now malaria is somewhat makes us insecure. Now also there are bandits and kidnapping. People hear that people are kidnapped and all that. But someone who is somewhat in the circle is saying that this is a weapon. It's not really, it doesn't just come. What's your reaction?
When somebody like Okonjo-Iweala, our much cherished daughter, and somebody who has maintained what they call the decent life, and somebody who can speak and you can pick some things you can take home, speaks, there must be some element of truth. Somebody using insecurity is another big time business. Go to or make inquiries. Google how much they sell AK-47. And which Nigerian organization manufactures AK-47? But it's exchanging hands in Nigeria. And when they find one AK-47 in the hand of one person, that person has established a multi-billion naira business around it. I just pick one person, and you are talking about 50 million, one person.
You see,
as a ransom.
Sorry, in the news, apologies. In the news, a particular woman was transporting ammunition, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 10. A woman, that brings us to your question. How do they get it? A woman that sells palm oil.
You're just saying that an army, a Nigerian army registered with the number was given, was found with about 5 AK-47 being delivered across to the terrorists, with all the packaged. Most of the terrorists, like some of them that have been neutralized by Nigerian army, find themselves that when you neutralize one terrorist, you find that the Nigerian army registered ammunition is what he's using. So it's like round robin, throw away and catch. And this has kept us where we are. They can keep saying Nigerians will tell ourselves a lot of lies. And we're expecting that things will get better. The thing is that where I'm more worried, nobody's safe. We are dying. We're dying of hunger. We're dying of sickness. We're dying of insecurity in this country. We are dying of stress. Like even to discuss Nigerian issues, stress, I can see how stressed I am. A lot of things. I was growing up when one lecturer told me, he said, an average Nigerian kid is faced with
95% risk to his life. So if an average Nigerian grow from 0 age to 5 years, and what he has survived to get to year 5 is more than 1 million risk, more than his or her contemporary in other countries of the world. A Nigerian child, what he passes through. So when you see us as Nigerian men and women at this age, just imagine what we pass through to get to this level. And we give it to God, who fights sin and unseen battle for us. And that's it. What we even see that God saves us from in this country, it's overwhelming and so much. And we say we have a government, the same government tax civil servants from, because if civil servants can avoid paying tax, they will avoid. But they can't because they are taking, their own is taken from source. But these big men that control their funds don't pay funding. I worked with an organization that are doing water and sanitation reform. When we are talking about making people to pay for water they use, you get a big man house in Nigeria, when the other end of the street, people don't find a cup of water to drink. A big man pipes water corporation water into his house, put it on the lawn to water his garden 24 hours, and put security man and dogs. He doesn't pay one thing about water rate. A big man. He doesn't pay water rate. If he find a way, some of them can afford to run their generator for
You think they don't pay for the water?
Pay to who? I'm just saying what a research has said. 95% of big men in Nigeria don't pay for anything, any service. They always find a way around it. They don't pay tax. It's only people that government collect their money from that pay directly source. Whatever they pay, unless you hook them, they're going to do one business. They go and manipulate and underpay tax to get papers. Because Nigeria deal with a lot of papers. If you have data, you enter into data, they show you what you have not. How many Nigerians have TIN? Tax identification number. Call it up. Because when the Federal Ministry of Internal Revenue sees it, if all Nigerians who are all these ones, politicians campaigning, let them show their TIN number and they let them click on the computer and tell us how much they paid. Through all this money they pack. In more sense society, if you make certain level of money, the system tax you that you won't want to make further money. So if you make further, you give it to charity. That's why you have Ford Foundation and all those ones giving money to Africa. You think they love you so much? It's because the money they're making the American system cannot accommodate, because the American system is taxing them so much. A country like Nigeria allows an individual to make 1 billion, 100 billion, put in the same account. We go to the same market, no tax. A bank in Nigeria is holding it, and we are seeing it. If it's in more sense society, you make that money. The tax, they will tax you, we will not encourage you to. You just relax and go retirement. But here you amass. And even go into killing people, because that's killing. You chop one single person. We chop what 100 million people we need to. And we say we're staying in a sense society and we're expecting peace. So much. So they weaponize insecurity. If you are walking the street, palpitation, fear is enough weapon that make you just stay. Walk in the street, where I'm coming from now. I didn't pass more than 10 vehicles to get to here. The street is totally dry. Why? If it's not sit at home, it is fear of kidnap. If it's not, it's fear of people are. So what kind of weapon? When you weaponize and hold people psychologically in bondage, they can't even talk. They look at their shoulder at every corner. They can't attend events, social event that survived Nigeria.
So this is also like in tandem, like they said at the Vanguard, the Guardian, I beg your pardon, the unholy secrecy of National Assembly members' pay package.
It will come one day. Let the secrecy go on. On this particular desk, we have talked about it. Some will say 21 million.
But why do you think they've not actually come out to say this is how much we earn? They have tried to say, as in, this is, apart from this is the salary, this is the working cost, this is.
If it's a country where people care, of what people feel and say, by now it will have been published. This is a country, no matter how you cry and talk about, they will leave it as secrecy. Why is National Assembly, distinguished senators, what are they hiding? If they are so much, if this thing is so much right, and they deserve it, they are right, publish how much you earn. As your base salary, your newspaper, your furniture. And this is broken down in, you go to work, a private or public employer tells you, gives you a pay package. You see how much your total emolument for it will be, how much your yearly allowance for transport will be, all those. These ones, they break their own down into months. Why is this scary? That a single individual goes home with 21 million naira pay package.
Or you think
no matter
it's
how you
because
think,
they've not found a way to reconcile between the man that owned up to say that, hey, we earned 21, and Shehu Sani, the respected Senator Shehu Sani, who actually came out to say, hey, please, we're not paying, we don't earn 1 million. You know, there much to be said about it. Do you understand?
There are
Do
more
you
than
think
one
they're trying
it's
to
not just
reconcile
an-
all the parts, you know, to come to agree?
Before they now come outside
before they
to
will
say,
come out to say,
whatever is
okay,
making the delay.
yes, you know,
Whatever
that
is making
our
the
wives,
delay,
we have to.
Whatever is making the delay, if it's
You know.
in the law court, they say, the judges are not witchcrafts, they are not witch juju doctors. They work with evidences. And one evidence, a distinguished Nigerian senator went to the press and said, this is how much we earn. Have the Senate taken him to court and said you have told lies to mess the distinguished red chamber of Nigeria?
This is more than
They've
3
not
days
said,
and
they've
running.
kept mute.
This is more than 3
They
days
kept
and running.
mute, and when they're doing talking from both sides of them, when they find, if you catch any of them in as a journalist, to where they cleverly dodge it. And why they are public servants if they feel they are serving us? What nothing is hidden. Even how much they get should be open so that, and they could justify it so that when they say they are taking pay cuts, we will know how much they have.
Chris, should we actually change the name from public servants? Should it be changed? It's just a preposition so that we actually know who is for us and who is against us. Should it be changed? People were asking in Signature TV. You can go, that we are still live on YouTube. Josh actually announced we are also live on Facebook, you know, and go to our Instagram handle. Should they be publicly called? Are they public servants or are they public looters? So that we identify and know where they belong. We're asking your take.
So it's a debate for another day. Looters, public, private. Well, some even call for making it, why not PLC? Is it the Nigerian Senate PLC or National Assembly PLC? So if we register company, so we buy share into it and then we make it purely business. If you want to sit in the National Assembly, we pay you allowance, you sit in and we check how much because I've attended an event in Igbo land and my family was just speaking to all these professors, and then some of these small boys that make money were just saying, how much is that to Igbo? Tell me how much I pay. Just don't waste our time. So we learn to know all these Oyibos that they sit in the National Assembly to speak. How much is yielding to the GDP
Chris,
and the national budget?
The Nigerian Bar Association, Tinubu vowed to protect rule of law and to tolerate dissenting voices.
Yes.
But then again, we've seen that about 32 accounts of 32 accounts associated with the hashtag end bad governance
What's the
protest.
newspaper again?
This one is on. Where did I ever get it from again?
But I took it down here.
Go on. Yes,
I
and
took
then
it down here. I know that when we're saying the NBA, they are also suspect. A strong organization like Nigerian Bar Association has left the judiciary in a mess, and they're not. They have big conference in Lagos now going on. You go there, you see all the eggheads, big, the learned gentlemen of Nigerian legacy.
So why do you think men like Femi Falana, they are not as in...
No, I'm saying, where should it be only Femi Falana? When we have billions of them as wearing the same wig, is Femi Falana, does he have two heads?
And gowns.
During the time we have Gani, it was Gani that ruled the legal atmosphere of Nigeria for about 5 decades. Gani, Falana picked up. There used to be this minister of Minister of Aviation now, used to be, he changed sides and he went dead. That will tell you how Nigeria is. But when he was coming out a young man, he was firebrand. Now he has gone there to decide and he kept mute. That even the rule of law, some of the things has been pinned on him, that he is even fighting to defend the undefendable. That's he who pays the piper. So good luck to them. But I'm saying, Nigerian government is quick to freeze accounts of end bad governance hashtag. Beautiful. Wonderful work, my dear Nigerians. Established. You are doing great. What happened to the accounts of the terrorist people who are sponsoring them? Because you have told us several times you know them. Let's see. If freezing will bring us back to freeze us into reality. Freeze from beginning down. Don't start at the middle. Because freezing only the account of NSAS smacks one thing. Everyone looks at it. This is only this you freeze because we said we are hungry. And the hashtag again has started circulating. I don't know what they call that one.
Yeah.
And nobody is talking about. So they still have so many accounts to freeze. Begin to freeze accounts. We have 210 million Nigerians accounts to freeze. Almost every Nigerian have account in the bank. So everybody who said I'm hungry, freeze the account, and then hunger will stop. If anybody say, let me say, I'm not a mouthpiece, but I'm saying, if everybody is going to equity, if God in heaven knows that people are asking for their rights and telling the government we are calling you to account, give us what we demand, and you is home, you go so dry, ruling us. But if you are trying to intimidate, God in heaven will come down. One day, in one way or the other, whether you believe it or not, he won't allow this to go. So intimidation, freeze account, it don't freeze. If those people are guilty and somebody is sponsoring terrorism using the inside or whatever and the bad governance, freeze the account. But let's be sure they're going to equity with clean hands. If not, you have many more accounts to freeze. We have accounts of people who have scanned Nigeria to a halt. They hold us to juggler. Satanic, corrupt, over-corrupt politicians who amass wealth. The accounts are not frozen. And some of them, even in to put crisis in this country, are the ones sponsoring this thing, and nobody is freezing their account. They're sponsoring crisis so that, because the Igbo says, also when there's confusion, the corny people benefit. So when Nigeria is not at peace, some people are making it business, they are making money out of it. Let me tell you that somebody who is sewing the flags of Russia, Russian government, if somebody is made business there, you have how many tell us that were arrested sewing the flags? It's big business. Somebody has cashed into it. That's Nigeria.
And mind you, most of them don't even know the reason for which they were sewing the flag for. Some of them might not know. It might just be the latest business.
According to one of the interviews we had, somebody said they probably were just sewing. They didn't even know the color of the Russian flag.
Who cares? Who knows Russia?
So these are what we are talking about. Now, as things are going, we are reviewing headlines called freezes 32 bank account. Beautiful. So if you are freezing the account, freeze all the accounts of all the people causing trouble in Nigeria, if that will solve our problem. I'm not telling them how to do their work, that's all. I mean, we're not making any claim to
you know there is a huge difference between how things are and how things are meant to be.
Especially,
well, until we do it the way it should be, we will continue to suffer.
There is something that just wants to
highlight. So, federal government, when you read this, I was so happy about it. Federal government here to implement 2 months after, and then we had like 4 set of people coming out to list out the things federal government has refused to do. So, federal government is still working on implementation framework 2 months after, says the minister. Delay not what?
Because I took note of that, say FG here to implement 2 months after.
Okay, this is the executive order on the medicament, yes. Then we now have delay not worth it. People are dying. And then governments must progressively intervene in high tariffs. Then we now have implementation details must be properly worked out.
That's working out 2 months after. Just imagine how many Nigerians, if this will save the life of, let's say, 1 million Nigerians, 2 months after, just imagine what has happened.
But we're
What
very
does it
quick
take?
to freeze the account of 32.
This is not in a bid for us overflog the fact that the president bought a presidential jet.
I know, right?
But when the need was for it to come, when he needed to go somewhere, it didn't take a week. I don't think it took, and it arrived. So how come when it comes to, like you said, like we are saying, you know, what it concerns health, you know, we don't rush into health.
2 months
but any
to
other
implement.
thing,
Like I tell you, we have justified tortoise kind of movement, a snail kind of movement procedure in Nigeria, and they will talk. The people in civil service will tell you the wheel of government crumbles or rose slowly. That's justification, because like you said,
yes,
federal government was quick to freeze accounts. Federal government were quick to do so many things. Federal government was quick to buy jet when 3 are being seized in France. Federal government was quick to buy yacht. Federal government was quick to buy Escalade or whatever they call that car. That
995 million.
It costs Israel attack.
Yes, I understand the pain he feels.
No, but because
so
let's be honest.
Federal government is not in a hurry to reduce the queue. Federal government is not in a hurry to implement when they say they've removed. Because in one day, the price of fuel moved from 230 naira to 700, now to 1,000, now to 1,002 today. Now, the federal government has removed, returned subsidy. We are saying that it should also be automatic, not yet.
Minimum wage, don't forget.
Federal government is having hitches because the hitch in Forex is crumbling import of food. Federal government has not seen that. To remove that hitches, because with just mere presidential pronouncement, everything will be open so say. It has not happened. Federal government has not done anything, has not said anything on the unholy secrecy of NAS Jumbo take home. Federal government is quick to tap the 3 millionaires in Nigeria to eliminate malaria.
Chris, you know, so that, like you said, this Nigeria's topic has a way it could convulse a child. Can we be honest to say, I think the question, like we want your take, actually, as you're watching us. This is not just Signature Morning, us, me, myself, Chomalina, Joshua Oritogu, and Chris Madoka doing this review. Do you think they are leaders? What name? We want your feedback. We are live, don't forget, we are live on all social media networks, such as Instagram at Signature TV Officials. We're also live on TikTok at Signature TV Officials. We're also live on Facebook at Signature TV Official.
Yes.
Now, on YouTube, we're 24 hours live. So go drop it. Drop whatever comments. Are they leaders? You know, what do you think about the federal government of Nigeria? Are they leaders?
Because I'm the reviewer, I can't give you an immediate opinion. We have leaders. It's just...
Or are they tyrants?
No, I mean, no, we have leaders. Please, we have leaders. It's just what type of leaders we have that makes the difference. You are the same leaders.
Payment of council pensions.
There cannot be ghost pensioners.
So you are saying this is not right?
There can never be.
How so?
Let the state government stop deceiving us with ghost.
So
can there be a ghost? It's like what they use the word bastard. Nobody is a bastard. Every child has a child.
A father.
So if your name goes into the playlist, somebody put it there. It's not a ghost. And a name is a name. It belongs to somebody. So even if it's a dog.
So you think this is one of their games?
It's a game. Let nobody stop this. If there were used to be ghost workers, for the last 20 years, every state government is fighting ghost workers. It's a scam. That's me. Pay the pensioners their money. Don't trap up. I mean, you know, when you speak for the person who is carrying the wound, speak for the fly. Some of these pensioners are crying foul now, but they were there 35 years, some 40 years because they mended their age. Some there were over 50 years working. They never helped the system. So maybe.
But the people you're talking about, how are they?
They are reaping what they sow.
Can you also a former president supposed to collect pension? No. So if all of these people, because I recall there's an old man from our village who every time he transports himself, most of the time, to come to the city to collect his pension. And most of the time you have to borrow to come and hope, because they've told him, come on so day you will collect. He will come, there's no pension money.
Every
he
day
goes back.
Endless verification in an era.
Remember we did a documentary on that.
Yes, 2024 of digital, what they call it, exploit. You invite people 95 years, some 100 years to come from the extreme, the itinerary, to come to the state capital for verification. Some of them don't get home alive. You think it's not a scam? Because if they drop dead, that's the end of the record. As a relation, you have not gotten the pension when the person who owns the pension is alive. It's when he drops dead. So double wahala for them. But they know what they're doing. Really? Let nobody trump it up. Let them not trump up this ghost worker thing. In fact, it should not be discussed again. It's playing in the mind of people. Who is ghost? It takes ghosts to detect ghosts. So usually we may have ghost government. So ghost civil service, that's where ghosts work. And they don't think that all these big mammoth secretariat they build, when they live there in the evening and go home, that they don't think ghosts are there. So those are the ghosts who go to put those names. And then another ghost come to discover ghosts. If you're not a ghost, how do you discover ghosts? Let them stop this deception. Pay people their pension and then clear the backlog. Let's know where we are. Instead of using it as delay tactic, you take another 6 months to detect ghost workers before you start paying ghost pensioners. When you finish paying ghost pensioners, and remember the one alive living pensioners, they're all dead. They've turned to ghosts. Start again. If you cannot pay them, let's be giving them. You know how we worship our ancestors. So you wake up in the morning, call all the dead, all the ghost workers, give the kola nut, pour libation. What is all this? For God's sake. People sitting in that place are still generating ghost lists that will go. How can you take government money to that extent and go? You say government is bold to say ghost. When people who sit in there are the ghosts themselves. That's no thing about ghost workers. Let's forget that. Let's talk about this. There's this one I said, speeding up criminal justice. I was talking about MBA.
Yeah.
We are not speeding up so many things. Go to prison. Visit any prison. Ask them what is the capacity of the prison. I use that always as an example. For example, ENUGU, I think it's about 600, ENUGU maximum security, that's the Nigerian Correctional Center, has a very old prison. Should have about 650. 650.
But the inmates are over
650. That will tell you the capacity of the prison. Okay. That will accommodate you have a bunk for both the everybody. That's what you can accommodate comfortably. Step into ENUGU prisons, and you see over 6,000 people stuck in there. Out of them, you might find about 300 serving their jail terms. Those are the ones who know when they are going, when they came in and when they are going. The other 5,000 something
700
are there. They don't know where they're going and they're feeding on the corrupt system. They call them ATM, awaiting trial. If you know the conduit pipe this brings to you. And we have MBA, we have the judiciary, we have the legislature, we have all the arms of government that can speed up criminal justice to eliminate these things. Because I work with an organization, they call them Prisoner Rehabilitation Welfare Organization, PRAWA, in ENUGU. Each time they mobilize the judiciary, the state prosecutor, the Ministry of Justice and all, Ministry of Justice and Judiciary, they move to prison yard, start calling up some of them. Somebody, one made me shed tears one day. Somebody said he stole 2 crates of mineral at 9 Mile. A mineral company, a bottling company at 9 Mile, 2 crates. And he has been in jail for more than 12 years. No record of him existing. In OG prisons. No record. So when they did the prison liberation, the guy came out. He doesn't know way to his house. We started putting money together for him to go. This happened in my presence. I was a communication officer for PRAWA then. It happened in my prison. So these are people, you go to Nigerian prison, some people are there, they don't know, their people are forgotten, they don't even know how they got there, because they will quickly remand you in prison and they forget you. You don't have access to pro bono lawyers. You don't have access to state prosecuting lawyers. You don't go to court, because if you don't go to court, nobody will look at your case. So you stay on a waiting trial list for life for stealing 2 crates of beer or 2 crates of mineral. 12 years. It's sad. That will tell you. So many things Nigerian government will need to speed. If you are quick to freeze accounts, please speed up. As the NBA people are meeting in Lagos in their big conference, let them speed up criminal justice in Nigeria. Let them also speed up so many issues. We have new CGM, and he has come out with mammoth of agenda. Beautiful agenda. We are wishing her well. But the system, the sector, the legal system should help to speed up whatever agenda we have. Okonjo-Iweala says slow pace of development in Nigeria. It's not more slow pace. We are not even moving at all. We are static. We have a hold up.
Are we even moving, or we are retrocessing?
That's why I said
we're going backward.
If we say we are going backward, it means there's still movement. Because you can go back and we go back to old national anthem. And we're happy to sing.
But
and that's if we go back to old national anthem, we're happy to sing. We can say we have gone back to some kind of happy old days. But we are not moving at all. We are stuck.
Well, we've created a different timeline that is different from the past, but we're going back to another different past in dimension.
Because if we're even starting, then fuel price will be what it is.
I was watching some movies with my children. I said, what is happening here? I don't understand. He said, you're an old man. I said, I agree. He said, this film is talking about going back in time. I said, okay, you guys have gotten to the point you go back in time. So when you go back in time, you sing old national anthem. But we're not feeding in the universities those days. I saw an old voucher of University of Ibadan. They posted it online of when a meal at University of Ibadan, 25 kobo. You can feed them chicken.
Oh, I saw one. It was 190 naira. The person bought rice, bought beans,
that
bought
is
meat.
You and IYC. One International Year of the Youth. Whatever they call it. That's why I describe it, people who have senior but that's on a very soft note. You witness what you witness, but I'm telling you that we're here. Time used to be 10
Chris,
kobo,
there is
5
something
kobo.
that I think we shouldn't overlook. Is the height of, you talked about it, insecurity, but beyond it, the terrorists are rising. Okay, now Shite had a clash with the policemen. There is bandits, there are bandits rather, they are headsmen.
They are unknown gunmen.
The government has sworn,
whichever is their name, unknown men,
they've
unknown
sworn
gunmen.
to make sure they fish out the shithead who have killed policemen and all. They should do and fish out. But when you say shithead, nobody is supporting anybody. Killing and taking lives by anybody, even if it's my father, is condemned. And the full arm of justice must run on that person, whoever that person is. But then we say, go to equity with clean hands. If you are fighting the shites, or do you say shites, or I don't know, before I say
shites.
I don't want to mispronounce anybody's name because they are just new, they are not so regular in the news. But now they have done something by showing that they have also grievances. And the federal government has sworn into action.
And mind you, Catholic bishops have already said that protests are we're going to experience more protests because
let them
of
swing into action in corporate order. There's so much annoyance. There's so much grievances in Nigeria. And somebody has suggested we call for reconciliation again in Nigeria. Maybe that will stop us. Because somebody said, when Nigeria said the world is moving too fast, we said the world will stop for Nigeria to jump out. If this world is moving too fast for Nigeria, he said, stop the bus. Nigeria won't come out. Oh, Nigeria, let Nigeria leave the bus so that the world continues. It's not more possible. We must move along with the world. Whoever is fight the terrorists, fight the terror, no matter what they come. Don't do selective fighting, because it will ricochet, it will fight back. petrol price in Dangote refinery. Some people are brainstorming on fixing price. And I said, this is another sabotage against 210 million Nigerians. Why are you bothering about brainstorming on fixing price of fuel that has not been manufactured? Allow the market fix price for, give this man crude oil, let him refine and sell at whatever the price comes. If it's too high, let us begin to see amendment, because tariff in a regulated economy has to be discussed. You don't just, but now that you already fixing price for him before he manufacture, if his fuel comes out at 200 naira, you fix it at 700 for him. In Alwana, are you helping Nigeria? Why not allow, you have not given refined crude oil to Dangote. You're already brainstorming on how much you will sell. I smell what you. It's not fair. And you are talking to us as Nigerians, as at this morning, 1,200 naira per liter. Give all the refineries crude oil, as was said in Nigeria. Activate it, let it be fast. Let them refine oil, push it back into the system. Let's see whether this tension will douse a little. Before all these things you people do. Because you see down there, it marks for insensitivity to begin to fix price for a fuel that has not been refined.
Okay, so Ondo to host biggest entrepreneurship festival in Africa, event to attract over 200 investors. I know we've spoken about a lot of things that are going wrong, but this looks like something that is going right.
Yes. Hosting, you know, when you say hosting, it will bring, if we really, event hosting and all brings money,
yes,
brings traffic into Nigeria, it's after what happened. So it's a wonderful thing, even if it's not international, even if it's local. Nigerians have a lot of enterprising people who will go there, learn one or two things, or even come there to exhibit the entrepreneurial skills they have, God-given. Wonderful Nigerians, resilient people, happiest people on earth, who can do, in very serious situations, Nigerians will find a way of surviving and still be happy. Why our worry is that so many things are just fighting that our happiness and resilience. And you know, there's limit to everything. No matter how resilient, easily you don't kill a beetle. Nigerians are like beetles. No matter how you try, but you get to a point where even you carry the beetle and put inside the hot fire, the beetle dies. So you don't get a beetle to that extent of torture, and you have, we can survive, yes, but with a good environment.
Yes.
Imagine when they host such events and Nigerians, boom, people are learning new trade, people are learning new way of doing things, and people are given a good environment to even show their entrepreneurial skills, and then can see young Nigerians. Instead of, if they can find one meal a day, because one meal is not square. So don't say one square meal. If they find one meal a day, they might start telling their colleagues, I used to be hungry, and I take to the street to do crime.
All right,
and
Chris.
involved in protest.
But
now that I have opportunity, I'm seeing
yes,
a lot of opportunity. Why not come join me?
True.
So these have become the people who will begin to push. They will begin to push.
Well, Chris, thank you very much.
Thank
you very much.
You can't wait
because
to
of time.
Yeah, it's like you say, Chris, I'm
it is because
out.
it is because of time. It's because of time.
Here.
Thank you for
No, but that's a misconception.
Insights.
We always like to have you.
Of course, we do.
I always
we do.
be glad to
we
come
do.
back.
It's just that time isn't on our
yes.
side.
I don't want to stay.
So that was the newspaper review, headlines and review with Chris Madika. Thank you very much for coming to the studio this morning.
Thank you, Josh.
Now we're going to be moving over to Abuja Dateline with Godwin Sunday. Godwin Sunday is live from Abuja to give us the latest updates in Abuja. Godwin, good morning. Godwin, good morning. Can you hear me?
Hello, Godwin. Hello, Godwin. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, so this is Abuja this morning. And as you can see, it rained in Abuja today. And the rain is a bit heavy here in the Federal Capital Territory. In Abuja. I'm on the rail line here in Abuja, and you can see from a distance. You can see the rain. But then let me give you an update of what.
Hello, Godwin.
Okay, we will be getting back to Godwin Sunday to give us much more updates about Abuja. Chioma, that was intensive when it comes to Chioma, please. So, interestingly, would you be going for the entrepreneurship class in one of the states?
We keep thinking about it.
Let's
Let's get back to Godwin.
Godwin, good morning. I hope you can hear us now. Godwin.
You know, he did say that it
All
was
right.
raining. I know.
Yes,
the rain is,
okay, I think he's back. He's back now.
Hello? Hello, Godwin, can you hear us? Like you rightly said,
Yeah, can you hear me now?
in those states is something
Can you
we
hear me
should
now?
look into. Like you said, is a good welcome development.
You're welcome, very welcome.
Okay, Godwin, you're back with us, I presume. Somehow, I hope MTN has not removed subsidy.
Well, tariff has increased, of course. So. Yes, we can hear you.
Off and on.
All right, so I'm in a place here in Abuja, and this is a train station. Now, I'm here to monitor the situation going on in the train station. Now, Mike, I trust you to know that this is one of the most risky places to ever be in the Federal Capital Territory. Just down here, you can't walk on this road. You can't walk on this road down here. You can't walk on this road without being afraid. On that train path, you can't walk on that road without being afraid of being kidnapped by various persons. And also, this is where you have most of the rail line kidnaps in the Federal Capital Territory. Now, I'm here to monitor, do people still use train in the Federal Capital Territory? And what's the update on train movements in the Federal Capital Territory? Even as of this morning. So that's what I'm here to do. But let me give you an update, a quick update on the weather. It is raining here in the Federal Capital as we speak right now. It's still raining. Now the cloud is already gathering again to switch to rain. And you can see movements are just trying to pick up for the last 1 hour. There's not been movement in the Federal Capital Territory. But right now we have a bit of movement right now. People are coming out of their houses and they're going to their workspace. Now, it might interest you to know also that in the Federal Capital Territory this morning, there is heavy traffic across the 5 divisions and across the various axes of the Federal Capital Territory this morning. Now, from coming in from Nyanya, there is heavy traffic at Nyanya axis this morning. Very heavy traffic. From Nyanya to AYA, there is heavy traffic this morning. Now, if you're coming from AYA, you need to brace up because the traffic there is second to none. You can spend approximately from Maraba, coming in from Nasarawa, you can spend 2 hours on that road if you're coming in this morning. Same thing we're experiencing at Zuba. If you're coming in from Zuba this morning, you need to brace up because there is heavy traffic at Zuba, just at the roundabout. Now if you're coming in from Kuali, then down through to Zuba, heavy traffic on that road. Choma, you don't want to imagine it this morning. It's so heavy this morning. Now I have it on good report also this morning. If you're coming in from Kuali, you're coming in from Kwagwalada, there is also a bit of slow movement on that axis. It is raining here in the Federal Capital Territory. We call this blessings right now. You can feel from here the rains are dropping. We have outpour here already in the Federal Capital Territory this morning. Let's call it the rain of abundance and whatever you want to call. Now let's move on a bit from there. Let me give you a quick update from this where I'm standing right now. Where I'm standing right now is a security threatening zone where I'm standing right now. If you're not careful, you might be picked up, you might be kidnapped. Something strange might just happen to you. Because down here, you have hooligans under the bridge that stay under the bridge. Now, that's not cool. This is the Federal Capital Territory. I don't know how we got to this point. And now, if you go in front there, you cannot walk on this path, Shoma, without being afraid of being picked up. Now, also, on the other axis also, it is a little bit of life-threatening. Now, I don't know what it is, but Shoma, I have to leave it there right now. It's raining. The rains are coming down. I have to just leave. The rains are coming down right now. I'll keep you updated on going forward and what's going on in the Federal Capital Territory. but it's raining profusely here, and I need to just take a cup. I need to take a shoot right now.
Okay. So sorry. Apologies for that. We're about to ask. We wanted to ask you if the kidnap. You mentioned about the kidnapping. Does the kidnapping happen during the day? And how safe are you? Because we are concerned about your safety as well. How safe are you right now? Hello, Godwin. Okay,
I think we might have lost him because of the rain.
Yes. And
well, currently, if you're in Abuja and you want to leave your house, make sure you go out with your umbrella.
Very vital. Even if you're driving,
yes, please still have it in your car. Yes, just in case you want to come
pull up and still come out and do your deeds.
Well, it's still Signature Morning, and this is still the Signature Morning show. We'll be going on a very short break. When we come back, we'll be coming back with more. Interviews are lined up, and you do not want to miss.
just like you have already stated, I read it yesterday, and my mindset is not because of the increase, but how soon could that be done? I'm engaged in doing a passport for somebody. That passport has taken me about 4 months, and yesterday it came out. There was a mistake in it. So these are the things. It's not just increasing, but the effectiveness in getting it as soon as possible is what matters. I know the cost of printing has actually shot up. That is considerable.
It's a suffering now. How will you give a child a heavy thing and tell him not to cry? It's a very bad thing now. So for me, it's not reasonable. So they should be right to what they are doing. They are dealing with the people. They are not dealing with the animals. They cry for the public to elect them. They are giving them opportunity. Now they are turning things upside down. So
Like 70% of people in this country, everybody wants to move out of this country. Because when you go into abroad, not being in this country, you know how things is easy then than this country. We know how we are suffering in this country now. We know things you are buying something like 100 naira now, you are buying something 1,000 naira now. So almost even I can say 90% of people want to move out of this country. So everybody wants something that will be easy for them. That's what maybe they are saying any amount they can pay to just move out of this country. Even me like what I'm telling you is what maybe I can pray for.
Yes, I'm not happy about that because of the cost, the higher the price of that is the higher of the passport. So I'm not in support of that.
To me, it's justifiable looking at, based on the place you're sitting to watch it. I said it's justifiable considering the fact that things are going up in the market every day. And
This is still Signature Morning, and we are on Signature TV. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles at Signature TV Official on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. And a new thing, yes, we are live 24 hours on Facebook. And you go to our YouTube channel and subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's at Signature TV. Just subscribe and leave it there. Yes, where you're watching us, stay like that. And interestingly, this, whatever we're having is not for us, it's for you. So we want to hear your take. We want to get your comments on how best, what you think about the nation and the global world, the world at large. This is Signature Morning. Right now we're switching guests. We have a constitutional lawyer who's going to talk about, yes, there is a new CJN that has been sworn in, Kudirat Kekerekun. And she came up with an agenda. So we have a lawyer, a constitutional lawyer, Monami. Monamini, the name is sweet, so I have to position my mouth in a sweet way. The name is actually Monima Kabiri White.
Karibi White.
Karibi White. Monima Karibi White. Good morning. Good morning, Monima. Okay,
Good
so
to hear
first,
your voice.